Okay. Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay. I think we should be good to go tonight. Everything should be, this should be at 60 FPS, yes. Thank fuck. Seemed to fix everything. So, hey everybody, Perp, Abraham, fucking Just Raymond. Hey, yo guys, how the fuck are you tonight? How are y'all doing? I hope y'all doing decently. Got this right there. A minute, let me just a little sip of Dr. Pepper. Okay. I don't know why I'm so fucking... I'm burping so much. Okay, we're ready. We're ready to finally get back into motherfucking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Redux. Do I still have weed? Yes. I still got my wax. I should fucking... That shit looks like Pop Rocks. Doesn't it? Like dingy ass Pop Rocks. It kind of looks like, but yeah, I still got it. I'm good. I had a hit just before I joined the stream. Yeah, this should be a good one, I hope. So, all right. I guess without further ado, let's get right into Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Redux. Now, I'm hoping I have absolutely figured out. Now, I'm going to be playing this on easy first of all. I'm a fucking idiot. If anybody has seen how I do in any kind of combat game, I'm fucking retarded. So obviously I'm going to be playing this shit on easy, just to make this easier for everybody else. So I don't get all pissy. Play the tutorial? Yes, it's been a while, so I should play the tutorial. But I'm hoping I have fixed everything that I need to fix. Hopefully what the fuck? I'm hoping there'll be no save issues.
Let's begin with a quick warm-up, shall we?
Okay.
Check the Soliton radar on the upper right and head to the point marked on the display.
Yeah,
you can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
Okay, well, okay, well, the webcam is covering up the Soliton radar, so, you know what, I don't give a fuck. Who pays attention to the Soliton radar in these games anyway? So we're just gonna I'm just gonna ignore that.
You can also attack while in motion with the
That isn't
ninja run,
weed
you
pop
know.
rocks, and that's just
Swinging your
minor
blade while
effects.
dashing,
No,
for
that
example,
shit is,
or striking your foes
I don't
with a
really
sliding
know.
attack.
Just weed pop rocks, I don't even think that actually exists. That's what it just looks like. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Hit. Am I gonna try Yakuza 5 after I finish Yakuza 4? Yeah. I'm playing all the Yakuza series. At least all the ones that are available. Oh. I know, there's one that's getting a release on a PC soon, I think, isn't it? I know Like a Dragon has a PC release, so that's what, Yakuza 7 technically. So I'll at least be playing up through Yakuza 7. Yeah, thankfully I don't have to pay for this shit. I just pirate motherfuckers. I am beyond giving a fuck about, you know.
Run a basic battle diagnostic.
Maybe I should turn my gain up.
Neutralize all the enemies that appear.
Why am I so dumb? Oh my god.
String light and strong hits together to perform combination attacks.
Oh, left trigger hold is blade mode. Okay. I think I got that fixed. Doesn't really seem to be, at least from what I remember, the combat isn't too complicated here. I'm surprised this is actually a Metal Gear game. This is far from what anyone would have expected.
Combat is not all offense, however. You also need to protect yourself.
Oh.
First, follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction.
Parry?
This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense.
Oh, I have no defense then. Well, you're gonna attack me, bitch. Really? I don't know if I like that.
Draw foes in as close as possible and parry their blows to leave them exposed to
I almost finished reading that too, Abraham.
It would appear as if the enemy is frozen in time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the perfect
Oh fuck yeah! If
opportunity
the Inshin games get a release, fuck yeah!
Keep in mind, even you will not be
I love
able to
that shit.
parry
I love
every type of
that
attack.
old ass
Watch your
Edo
foes'
period,
movements carefully.
you know, samurai aesthetic. I fucking come in my pants for that shit, dude. Like, absolutely, I'm gonna play that if it ever gets a release. As well as what the Fist of the North Star games. I think those are if those are available on PC. Obviously, anything made by that studio at this point, I think I'll play. They make good games. They have really great story. So I think anything just made by the studio that makes the Yakuza games, I think I'm golden on. I will absolutely give a shot to whatever they decide to, whatever they make. Okay, we're doing 60 FPS pretty good, pretty consistently. I just hope Cox Internet doesn't fuck up on me.
No. The will of a strong people.
Bruh, I know you're gonna be fucking murked in a few minutes, dude. I've played this one part before, I know. And Yakuza Dead Souls. If it's on PC, hell yeah. That seems like a weird ass. That's like zombies in Yakuza. I can only imagine how stupid that's going to get.
Mr. Lightning Bolt.
But yeah, I totally want to play those as well.
Doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
Anything by that studio at this point. Whatever it
Groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of
Can I
war.
play Red Dead Redemption? Ugh.
Trained our new
I
army
don't know. If I was going to play Red Dead
than
Redemption, then obviously I would have to play Red Dead Redemption 2 at some point. And to be honest, I really don't want to play that again.
We prefer private security.
I thought it was great.
providers,
I
sir.
thought it was fine the first time.
Most
but
of Maverick's contracts do focus
I don't
on
want to do it
security.
again.
Yes,
You
well,
know,
the
it,
security
when it takes
can
12
be
hours
used.
just to loot bodies on a fucking battlefield that you killed, it takes 12 hours just to loot the motherfuckers. I don't want to play that game again. But it was
One sword
fine.
keeps another in the sheath.
But I really don't think I'm gonna play that Red Dead
Sometimes the threat of violence alone
or any
is a
GTA
deterrent.
game, to be quite honest.
Sometimes by taking a life,
Rockstar games really
others
don't
can be
interest me much
preserved.
anymore. I guess I've
It's
grown
the
past
code
them,
the samurai lived by.
or they've grown past
A
making them.
soldier
I
and
don't know.
a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same
Like,
about
I mean,
you,
I thought Red
Mr.
Dead
Prime
2 was.
Minister.
I haven't played the first one though, and since Red Dead 2 was a prequel, obviously you play that one first anyway.
What is happening?
But I've only played the
Someone's
second one,
blocking the lead
and I
vehicle.
thought it was okay.
Hold on.
Clear the road! This is official state business!
Oh God, dude, get out! No, just damn, he caked. Why has he got cake like that? What the fuck, bruh? Turn around and see that shit again.
I said clear the road!
Damn, he got thighs.
Force, if you do...
Oh yeah, he pack it in more ways than one, dude. Look at that shit. Look at that ass. Oh, god damn, bruh. Hey there, Jake. Hey, thanks for dropping in, Jake. How are you doing this evening, dude? Yeah, frame rate is doing pretty good so far. Okay. I think I got all my settings fixed properly. I'm going on CPU rendering rather than graphics or software rendering, so I don't know. Let's see if just guess. Okay, I have no idea, but no,
A cyborg.
I don't see anything wrong yet. Oh, good. Thank God.
What is happening?
We got hit, sir.
Everything, yeah, everything at least on my screen seems to basically be matching, so I'm happy.
Exif comes up unaffiliated.
Yeah,
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
okay, Jake. If you want to talk about that, you go right ahead. Just don't be surprised if no one says too much. But you go right ahead, dude. Oh, what? Okay, that'll totally fucking work.
We are going to die.
Yes.
Stay calm.
No, you are going to die. You went like halfway through this chapter. Spoilers, by the way. Oh shit.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden,
Oh, he has friends. Good for him.
Guard the Prime Minister.
I'm glad he has friends. Hey, Lord Savage. Hey, dude, thanks for being able to drop in tonight. I hope everything's going well for you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, dude, I'm so good tonight. I got wax out the ass tonight, so I'm doing pretty good. So, let's get right into it.
you'll need to choose between light
And of course I am playing on easy,
the situation.
because, you know, I suck at these games. Any kind of combat-based game, you might as well tell me to go fuck myself.
Supply. Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there ASAP.
Yeah,
I'll add the limo to your solid down radar.
okay. Alright, Ninja Sprint. It's gonna take some time to get used to all the controls in this shit again. What are you doing? What are you doing, military man? What are you doing, step militia?
It's on the other side of that barricade.
Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna have to remember how the fucking Blade Wolf boss fight goes. Well, that's gonna fuck his weekend up. How much of this can I do? Okay, your grandfather's resting now. Well, good. Hopefully he's able to get some good rest. I think he's good and dead. He was nothing but mush by the end of that. What the fuck, man? Yeah, nice background. I'm glad you like it. I don't know. I decided to stop turning on the LED lights, or at least the two over there. Those are LED light bulbs, and you know I would change the color with my phone. I decided to stop doing that. I only got these LED lights on whenever I can remember to put them on. Oh. Oh god, now we get to the good part, I think. Not to save money. Nah, I ain't trying to save money. I don't pay shit around here. I ain't trying to save money for nothing. Dude, there you were. Dude, I saw your messages pop up in chat like 5 seconds after I already cut the gate. So at least as for the at least for the first chapter of this, at least until we get to the sewer part with Blade Wolf, I've played that part in the failed version of this. Maybe I should put this down just a little bit. I played up to that part in the failed version of this. God damn. Bruh. Bald dude didn't stand a chance. Why are they even trying? Did he not just see what happened? Bruh. Program execution, goddamn. Fuck me, bro.
Stop!
Okay. Oh yeah, you're totally gonna... Raiden, you ain't even got no cake. Fuck off. Pretty boy, what are you doing here?
Jack.
What do you
The
want,
reverse
Prime
hitman?
Minister?
I want him dead.
Why is the barcode on the front, not the back? Reverse hitman? Is
Personal course.
that what he's supposed to be?
Africa's just
Can
getting
I-
a bit too peaceful.
Where's my phone? I want to scan that barcode.
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP.
I want to show his face again. I'll scan it.
A clean break from the war economy.
See what it pops up.
Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest war
I won't
supposed
scan.
to make
Shit.
a living?
This
Google
is your
Lens fails
answer?
me.
Don't do it.
Do it. I dare you.
Don't worry now. I won't.
Where the fuck do you get a machete like that, dude? Like, Jason would
Not
fucking be
while he's
jealous.
Still useful.
Look at that shit. That's crazy.
So long.
Think he's compensating for something, though? Really, you can't defeat Armstrong like that? Really? Well, damn, Nissan. How can you not defeat him? Hey, thanks for dropping in, Nissan. How you doing tonight? Oh god, tutorial boss.
They have a metal gear? Cheer?
Kinda.
Right. Take out that UMG and get after it. Catch that missile before it blows. Use blade mode to damage its out.
Oh, I will. Get it. Got it. Yeah, I remember this part at least.
Use your ninja run to deflect those shots.
I'm trying. Yeah, it's dead. Oh, he's too fast, really. Oh shit! I can't wait to get to that part then. However long that's going to take. I mean, I really don't know. Why is it watching me like a dumb dog? So the way it looks at me, it's like a dog that watches you and it's like, oh, what is it gonna take my treats away? Like, no, what the fuck? Oh, and he's too fast and you can't kill him. Oh, I guess I'll have to see how fast he gets. He doesn't really seem like he'd be that fast. At least not to me. No, I can parry, but like, yeah, no chance. I don't know how to parry. I can't parry. Sweet. It really knows how to make you feel badass within the first, what, 20 minutes?
Very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh?
No, we ain't done yet. Come on. Raiden, move your right, Josie.
Go.
Go ahead, yeah, get into that building over here. What? How? We just jumped? Do we get in it? How? What do we do? Wait, what? Oh, maybe I shouldn't be so stupid. No, I know. Hold on. No, Okay, I guess we don't have access to that yet. I know there's people we can listen to and shit. Other, you know, other NPCs we'll talk to on the earpiece and all that shit. So, obviously, when we get to those dialogue options, you know we're going to be listening to all of that shit.
Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically.
Okay. Shit. Yeah, you're lifting it up through it, sliced it with a small sword. I know, he's crazy. It's all, this is so damn fast paced too. I'm not used to anything like this fast paced. I mean, oh god, right. This shit. Main character ability, yeah. He really fucking does. Raiden is, well, I mean, I think this is before Raiden, you know, really takes the L. Nah. No? Now, come on, I know there's a way to do it. Yeah, that should be it. Do a ninja run and do the heavy attack. Oh, I'll try to. If I can. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Heavy run and then ninja attack. Ah, right. Slide under it.
Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
Bruh. I know I'm stupid. Give me a minute. Let me try it again. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Besides, I'm looking really fucking high too. So of course my suckage. Yeah, my normal suckage, and then, you know, me just being high. You know, you gotta. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Weird. Why did they put the right trigger, like, prompt above the right bumper? That confuses the fuck out of me. That makes me want to push right bumper. How do you think I'm going to look at it like this? Like, you think I'm that stupid? Oh, I guess that's why they numbered them like that. Okay, never mind. Oh, come on, Raiden. There you go. Come on, run him down. Okay, well. Easy. So easy. No challenge at all. First, he really fucking did. Or he did a fucking Fred Flintstone sliding down his back like the fucking dinosaur at the beginning. Except with a, oh, someone should remake the Flintstone intro with Raiden. How dumb would that be? Oh, bruh. He's running past you. Damn, why he Tokyo drifting on his feet in high heels. They should have shot exactly. They should have shot his ass right then and there. I don't know, a guy running that fast in high heels. I don't think you fuck with that dude. Okay, we'll get there. Obviously, nothing bad will happen. I don't think I can. That's just too much for me, you know. I mean, I got that cyborg gussy, so you know, we just gotta hope everything turns out. Oh, bro, yeah. Oh, we got this caked up motherfucker now.
Too little, too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Why does he got green hair? Ow. That hurt. Ugh.
What about all the good things war has done for us?
Like?
Don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Not worth it.
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
Yeah. Nice meme. Oh, thank you, Spy. Yeah. Hey, thanks for dropping in tonight, Spy. How are you doing this evening? Oh, come on. Help Obama. Why are you just gonna leave Obama laying there like that? Help the dude.
Mind if I got in?
Yeah, sure, Cakey. Why not?
Give war a chance!
Ooh. Penetrated him.
No!
Damn. Just threw Obama off the train. Yeah, Mr. Obama, no. What was your last name, Mr. Obama? No. I can't believe he killed him before we found out his last name like that. But hey there, Dr. T. Thanks for dropping in, dude. How you doing tonight?
It's all yours, Sam!
Was it Obama Sam? Was that his last name? Damn, look at Sam's fucking thighs, though. Why does this dude have thighs on thighs on thighs?
Don't be shy.
Come on, I know he's basically supposed to just kill me. I know it. I'm waiting. How long can I fight him off for, though? Not for very long, it seems. Ah, he can do. I mean, hold on. Let's see. I mean, I know he's supposed to kill me, so let's take our let's take an opportunity here to get a closer look at the dude. No, that ass though. Let's try to look at that ass. Why are his thighs thicker than Raiden's head? What the fuck kind of leg day squats does this motherfucker do? Like, really? I have to ask. There's nothing sus about it. Dude's fucking cake.
And not half bad. Still,
They made him that way. Dude, they made him fucking... They made him a thirst trap. I don't know why. Like, I want to see what this dude looks like outside the suit. You can't tell me you don't want to see that either. Look at that kid. Look at that! Fucking... Yeah. Just trying to look at that cake while he kicks our ass. Why not? Now we're gonna pull out the bomb. Go down just a little bit more. That works. Ooh. Damn, you're gonna try to blind us now.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't know if this makes sense, but I've been drinking Dr. Pepper all day, and I've been burping Dr. Pepper. For whatever reason, when I burp it, I don't know a better way to explain this. It tastes like purple. Maybe it's just because of the wax too. Maybe the wax is making it taste like purple, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But this Dr. Pepper, when I drink it and when I burp it back up, it tastes like purple. Best way I can explain it. So, you know, let's smoke a little bit more wax, why don't we? Well, damn! That was our jerk-off arm, too.
Right. Are you all right? You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
Why doesn't it taste like you? Because I don't get scared when I drink it. I mean, it's not like, you know, you ain't gonna see me be like... Ah! Like, you're not gonna see me be like that. It doesn't scare me, so...
Want to practice first?
Gotta try hard at that.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over. Lucky devil.
long was I talking with the microphone off? Hopefully not too long. Alrighty then. God damn, that wax is too good. 3 weeks later. Trying to be like that SpongeBob announcer. 3 weeks later. That wasn't even French. I don't even know why I tried. Sacre bleu. 3 weeks later. No, that doesn't even work.
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
Ooh. Do we now?
Yes, I suppose so, huh? I mean, how does it feel to fly like a bird?
Like shit.
A bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Yeah. Enjoy a ride on a fucking drone
Can you hear me, Raiko?
in the ocean like that.
Remember the 2 procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes.
Yeah.
And 2.
Absorbing their
He's in a
electrolytes.
fucking wine
I got
cellar.
it.
What the fuck?
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
Oh, we gotta drink their cum.
I was
Okay.
planning on that anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me.
Oh, this should be easy.
Combat data stored
We'll just
on
slice their
synthetic
dicks off.
memory,
Just-
typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
What about my left hand?
Generous.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the world come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
Oh, it's not a wine cellar, it's a left-hand cellar.
Green light mountain closing. No
Ah,
activity at the airbase.
mountain ranges
Looks
look
like you don't need to worry
realistic.
about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
That's what you said before Montenegro. Look, just humor me, buddy.
Bro,
Objectives, of
you
course,
can't be
are
saying
enter
that.
Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists, and restore the rightful government, or what's left of it anyway. The president and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established.
Junta.
The terrorists brainjacked all the high-ranking officers, and
Where
their
the fuck have I heard
cyborgs
junta
scattered the
from?
rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new
There's in
regime.
Siberia. Junta.
That's why they
Siberia, the best game series in the world. Junta.
Andrei Dolcev, leader of the occupation forces, an
Or junta.
extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement LLC.
Of course, it's Unlimited Liability Corporation. It's always the limited.
If we don't stop them here,
Liability
they could
cunts.
destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam.
Fuck. Ooh,
You've
kicked
met.
up Sam.
The only problem I see
Cake
is that
stream.
nickname. I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Insertion.
Okay. Still in high heels, I see. Walking out of here like it's fucking Baywatch. Very pretty. Okay, so what we just landed on this.
Ryder,
Yeah.
you landed safely, duh?
Yeah.
First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on codec if you have questions.
Oh, codec? Well, now, this is my favorite part of the game. Listening to conversations for 2 hours.
Control, it's Raiden. I'm on the ground.
Copy, Raiden. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move. That craft isn't equipped with stealth camo. Or octo camo, obviously, since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your pricey new jet damaged, now would we?
Duh. The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, you could find significant cyborg deployment here. If you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might get difficult, even for you.
Yeah, we're on easy. You'll be
Understood.
fine.
Some fighting will be necessary, though. I've got electrolytes to replenish.
This is not an infiltration mission. There is no need to hide or avoid combat outright, huh? Just do not get reckless. Stay safe and stay focused on your mission.
Yeah, say that.
There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborgs were already en route to your position.
A little welcoming party wouldn't be so bad. I could use a warm-up.
Enough with the attitude, Raiden. It's time to be serious. This is no game. I need you to focus. Many people are
You need me to
counting on
fuck
you,
us.
and I don't just mean here at Maverick.
You don't need to remind me of that.
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On Codec is fine. Just be sure you are serious on the battlefield. Your enemies will be.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
they're brainwashed and shit, ain't they? They're not even really human.
Raiden, we are clear on the rules of engagement, yes?
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike first.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
Yeah, sure.
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants. Especially
Yeah.
officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations.
Oh, I disagree with that.
No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender.
Okay, yeah.
And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
Okay,
And
makes
that
sense.
includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here. In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits.
Good.
Human hostiles verbal warning.
Yeah.
Hostile cyborgs, anything goes.
Yeah, basically.
Yes. This is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds pretty standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy. ROEs that only specify who you can engage require too much judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
The Hague
Duh.
Convention.
This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives.
Shut up.
The few that take the other approach, I pity their soldiers the questions they face. No, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as
Convention is
hostile
real,
cyborgs.
okay.
Copy that.
You gotta go per.
We have no
well,
rules about
hey, thanks for
property
being here.
damage, but,
For as long
keep
as you
it
have, I do
minimal,
appreciate
yes?
it.
It just
You have a
makes
good
us look
time.
bad.
Do whatever
Anything standing
you're
in
gonna
your
do.
way, trees, street lights, this
I'll,
is fine.
See you
But there's no
tomorrow
reason
for
to
maybe
damage
tomorrow for
civilian
more
homes,
Yakuza
or
4.
to go snooping around in them.
Till then, you have a good day,
Goes
dude.
without saying.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the warm-up. Slash at something. A palm tree, perhaps.
Is that it?
You're familiar with your... Then let's slash it.
Okay. Now we get to talk to the second person.
Looks like a war zone out here.
I love my I love my dialogue.
Men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that.
Really do.
We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
It's just a job for them, and it's really this just a job is worth getting their asses fucking murked like this bad. Like, can we just go now? No, no. If you say, can we go one more time, I'm going to quit this stream. I'm going to start up Siberia 1 again. Is that what you want? Don't make me turn the stream around and start Siberia again. I will do it. We're listening to the dialogue, goddammit.
Let's go
I
over
love this
everything we
dialogue
have
shit.
on
I don't know.
Roger that.
I don't know why y'all don't like
See
this.
here.
I love it.
Desperado Enforcement LLC. Registered in the
I
US,
live for this kind of
Delaware.
shit.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the states, though. It says here
Did
their
that-
financials are handled by a separate company based in St.
Well, I mean, I
Kitts
am
and Nevis.
31. I guess I got to take that role with you guys in a way.
Probably why they incorporated
turn
in
the stream
Delaware in the
around.
first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean
We'll
must
go
help
home and
with
watch
money laundering,
Siberia
though.
again.
There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess
It's a bit
War
worse
Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell,
Yeah, so
target
you
war-torn
sit
nations on
there,
the road
you
to
be
peace.
quiet, and you be
reignite
happy.
conflicts, and walk off with all the cash
And when
that
we
was
get back
earmarked for
home, you're
reconstruction.
grounded again.
They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class
The
act.
dude, yeah, watch me do dad jokes when I get, when one strikes me, I'll try. I will try. I'll do some dad jokes.
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. Their code names are all wind-themed. The
Ah,
captain presiding over this coup
That-
is called Mistral.
I didn't know
Cyborg.
Mistral was wind themed.
Yep. All 3 have got custom
I literally
made
didn't know
bodies.
what the fuck a Mistral
Collectively,
was.
They're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures too?
Oh, I want one.
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Ah, Mistral. Mistral's
who
the
told
woman.
you?
Okay, I think she's the first one we fight then,
Courtney.
right? We like
Now
rip her
that
arms
sounds like an
off and we
action.
like shove them
I didn't choose it. Trust me.
somewhere.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt
Okay.
the Winds of Destruction picked
I
their
figured.
names either. Different cultures use language differently.
She got the really handsy
Even ones with
things
a
that come
decent
out
command
and
of
start
English.
groping you for whatever
As
reason.
You can attest, Mr. LB.
I don't know what we do. I forgot. I forgot what exactly we do with her. I know we fight her. Like, there's like 3 stages of that shit. And I know I'm gonna suck at a couple of them.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The
So
palace
we'll
cleared
see.
out quick when Dozayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that.
Time to taste some more
Definitely
purple.
gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors.
And you know, actually,
For most
Jake,
of
I'm
these
surprised
guys,
the bots
this is
can't just
just a
see
job.
through the dead ringer.
In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quick.
Or at least I think some of them do. Like if you go in Viz Spy and you just run out there, they'll just auto shoot you, won't they? I should play Transformers War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. Now I've heard about those. I'll look them up. I've heard about those games. I think if they're what I think they are, I'll look them up. I'll make a decision
Looks like a war
at some
zone
point.
out here.
The palace cleared.
Ah.
Luckily, they've basically got.
And that's why
Keep in mind, in theory.
Okay, they're done.
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on
Courtney.
that. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine.
I don't know why I
Energy
said her name like
consumption?
that.
Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood
Oh, yeah, her
pressure,
soundtrack
brain
is
waves,
fire?
blood sugar? Check, check, check.
I'll try to
All
listen
this
to it then.
monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field.
Good.
But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Copy that.
Yeah, manual
Good to hear
save.
that hasn't changed with this new body.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Ah, okay. Because a dead ringer can only disturb a bot save. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh. It's a shame people. You know, really, I think the best thing for Valve to do at this point is either institute an authentication system for TF2, or just go back to having TF2 be paid.
And save complete. Simple, huh?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa.
If I press save
That
codec,
ambush
you
was
get
no
data
joke.
reset.
Tell told me about it.
But is that what?
3 armored vehicles should have been
I
planted
don't know. I
for
think I got
job.
that shit set, figured out by now.
Typical guerrilla force.
I think the problem was nothing was running in administrator mode, and that was what's fucking it up for me. So we'll see.
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster, or coordinated better. I don't know.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
You're right. Thanks.
Any more?
You need to save?
Yeah, let's save again.
Roger that. Save complete.
I wanted to follow up on our talk earlier about the stress that comes with the job. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants.
Yeah.
If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just...
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that.
Why did she just got her titties out like that, though?
We need civilian voices like mine here, too.
You're right.
I
Just
shouldn't.
take care of yourself.
I should look a little more respectfully.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one lifetime. It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner. I might have saved your ass.
How? By spilling
okay,
coffee
ready.
all
Yeah,
over
she
the
better
enemy?
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
Please tell me it was a joke.
Of course. Gotta have the titties out just to get gamers interested in the game, right? That doesn't make sense. The game is obviously good enough.
What's up?
They really could just not have to do titties.
Save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Okay, I guess that's it now. Doctor, you're the final one.
Raiden, shall we review the capabilities of your new body?
Copy that. Go ahead, Doc.
Do it.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with 2 revolutionary new abilities.
Ooh.
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Nanopaste?
First, electrolyte
You mean
absorption.
nanopaste?
This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber.
Cunt
and your
muscle
fuel
fiber?
cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
Nano
But,
juice.
the repair process
Well,
is a
nano
bit
juice.
more,
That's why there's no
involved.
female
A
cyborgs.
bit more,
Or why that's very
messy,
few
you might
female
say.
cyborgs.
Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open
And their
use
balls?
Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this
What?
unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent
We gotta crush
inside.
their balls?
Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
Basically, harvest their organs before their body can even hit the ground.
Rather
That's one way to put it.
I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I may
bit.
be a citizen, but I've never really thought of myself as American.
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that given your history. But what then?
Eh.
Surely you don't identify as a Liberian.
I don't identify with anyone. No nation, no ethnic group.
No
I'm
fandom.
my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty popular in Germany, too.
Indeed,
Bruh.
indeed. These splatter films are big in Germany, Russia, Japan, everywhere.
The Guinea
Well,
Pig
everywhere
series,
except regions afflicted by actual warfare.
Japanese torture
It all
porn.
has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc, I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh?
Yeah, more.
So these self-repair units and the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a slow process, not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your
Yeah?
ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden.
Huh.
With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know.
But without it, you don't
And
heal.
the standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc. But it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No,
Oh,
it
hey, thanks
doesn't
for dropping
work
in
this
then,
Simply avoid
Neophistos.
taking damage and you will be fine.
Yeah. simple.
Neophistos? Yeah, this is very gay, isn't it? But hey, thanks for being here. How you doing tonight?
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite
Really?
right. Quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more
Really?
sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only
Damn.
result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop new eyeball units just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE
I did
unit
it, we-
separately
It's
and
wax.
simply
Ooh.
installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They
Really?
play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Stay vigilant, right?
Okay. I guess we're done with him then. Alright. Alright, we're good with all the codec for now. So yeah, we will... Oh, kitty. We will be going through all the codec options, or all the codec dialogue at least, that I'm able to go through.
Bastards are using stealth cable to ambush you. Nice try.
They should have
But it
stayed
won't do any
stealth.
good against the state-of-the-art cyber
Oh wow, what an
warfare.
ambush. I totally see them now.
Launch your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
I think by now, what Raiden's gone full cyborg by now. I know in Metal Gear Solid 2 he was full human,
And expose your enemies to contact.
but at least in this game, yeah, he's full cyborg. Oh man. My text?
Had your fill?
With this
I literally have that
take these
codec
guys
sound
with no
as
eyes.
my text notification,
Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
so this is going to
Well, you
confuse
know
me.
how fast the tech's been spreading these last
Yeah,
few years.
you never go full cyborg.
That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb.
Ooh.
What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are so good. Real
Thinking people. Way less risk of collateral damage than your typical UAV strike.
And don't forget the PR
Fuck
angle.
me.
Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are
Okay, I don't think I'm going to take another hit for quite a while.
Yeah. They still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls.
Well, they probably
With
shouldn't.
SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. But they got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by another name, only all muscled up and less predictable.
Yeah.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
Anywhere
I'm
they
not
could, I
complaining.
guess.
They're like walking vending machines.
Right.
I just grab their cum and I drink it.
Blood.
He's like 90. Yeah.
Like I
He's
said,
kind of. He's
there's
as much
still
cyborg as Cyborg from Teen Titans is a cyborg, basically.
They sowed their fate
Like-
when they took this job.
Most everything but
I'm
the
just
head.
the Reaper.
The head is the only thing that's human about him. And technically, that's the only thing that needs to be human for him to be human.
Anyway, his school.
As far as I'm concerned,
Let's
at
get
least.
to work. Time to
Anything
increase the
below this
Right.
can be replaced, and you're still human. In fact, it'd be preferable everything below your neck is replaced. That way, like, keep, you know, maintenance. You only have to really keep, like, you know, physical, biological maintenance on your head, and that could be pretty easy at some point in, you know, 250 years maybe. After we're all fucking dead.
Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
Looks clear.
I'm HIV negative, sir.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said,
Oh, not that
the
kind of
enemy's
status.
HQ is
Shit,
in the refinery along the coastline. Dolsaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the
Into
rear
the
of
old town
refinery.
road.
Still,
What
I
the
think
fuck?
they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
Why not? Why shouldn't I? Let my guard down could be, you know, you gotta let your guard down sometimes. You know, can't keep your guard up 24/7. Nobody can survive that way. So I don't know, maybe he's talking out of his ass.
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them, or approach from behind.
Turn around, dude. Turn around. Oh no, Raiden. He has AirPods on. He can't hear you. Oh shit.
Excellent, Raiden.
Worth. Oh god.
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display.
Ooh.
Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Oh well, fuck him. Up. Okay. Ah. Interesting. That is weird. Oh my god. Okay. Go over here. Take him out. Take him out. I don't want to go too fast down here.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits. What? No, I'm not doing it.
Take him out. Do I have a death animation? I mean, Raiden probably does. We'll see it at some point. No doubt. Get up, pussy. What are you doing?
He is scared to death, Raiden. Let him know he is safe.
You're safe. Get out of here. Before I slice you open, grab your balls and drink your cum. The electrolytes.
Thank you. I will not forget this.
Oh, like a death scene? Oh, I have no idea. Can I go this way?
Out of the operation zone. Head to the waypoint marked on your Soliton radar.
Bro, can they legit restrict me with AR? That's what that is. That's just AR bullshit. Can they restrict? Oh my god. Yeah. It's all about us sleeping, son. Sleep? What? Who the fuck gets sleep anymore? But hey, thanks for dropping in, Musrug. How you doing? Ooh. Cool. That was easier than I remember it being. Although I think the first time I played this, I think I was trying normal mode, like a decent person would, instead of playing it on easy like a little bitch. But you know, I am a little bitch, so I'm just you're just here for a bit before you go to sleep. Again. Well, hey, thanks for dropping in for as long as you can, though. I do appreciate that.
Ryder. Now, keep heading for refinery.
Okay. Oh, shit. Well, I can just take it out. Yeah, maybe, I've been thinking, though, maybe one day I'll change my, stream time. Try to have it maybe an hour earlier one day. Maybe near, maybe do that night near Christmas. Because I've got ideas for a Christmas stream. So I don't know, that might be part of the gift. If the stream starts earlier. We'll see though. Come on. Can I get up here? There we go. Change weapon subclass? Oh, I only have that though. Does this just work? That just works. Why? How does that just work? That's kind of odd. This guy just run right around. Easy mode, we can do this shit. Am I really gonna die on easy mode? Okay, do I actually need to have an idea of what the fuck I'm doing on easy mode? Oh my god, I guess easy mode isn't all that easy. Holy shit, okay. I guess they want to make sure you have a game plan for this shit. Oh, fuck me. Can I... Yeah, I'll give it a minute. Otherwise, we would be here all day just listening to codec conversations.
Near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Okay. What's the beep? I think the beeping might be my low health. Because obviously the 28.6% you know, isn't obvious that I have low health. They need to have the beeping to annoy me to remind me. Because obviously I'm too stupid to remember. So, okay, I guess they're making us do codec conversations. So I guess we'll listen to all that we can.
This will not be an easy mission, Raiden. In fact, if it was not for your applied cyborg tech, it would be suicide.
Oh yeah.
After all, you'll be taking a fortified enemy position.
I've been dead a while ago.
This is the first time you've tried anything like this, yes?
Well, not exactly.
Huh. You don't need advice from Boris, is that it? Well, you will hear it anyway. We are moving past the days of small teams handling these kind of terrorist actions. With the rise of cyborg tech, the right individual can do what once seemed impossible. Plus, you attract less attention, have a much smaller footprint. As long as any resistance is human, or those standard issue cyborg piles of junk, we have the advantage.
Right.
Well,
and that is the key. Keeping advantage at all times. We must maintain total combat superiority. From the choices you make on the field
all
to
the
the
time?
intel and support we provide as backup. We must work closely together to stay aware of all...
Basically, stay in touch and stay on your toes.
Duh.
Stay on my
This is
toes,
correct.
not his toes.
I got it already, Boris. You worry too much.
Says the man who lost an arm and an eye his last time out.
Nah, no one expected to face cyborgs on that op. What little security we had should have been overkill.
I admit we were not ready. None of Manny's rivals should have been able to afford that kind of muscle. But this is all the more reason to be careful now. Our enemy could once again prove more resourceful than the intel says. We may need to revise our plan quickly based on what you run up against.
Revise? Don't you mean retreat? Even if I got out alive, we both know the price the Abkhazes would pay for our attempt here.
This is true.
I don't know what the,
But you and Maverick are more important than any one operation, Raiden. Remember that.
what the cursor
Even if
keeps
you
getting on
fail
the
the
screen.
mission, your safe extraction must
Fuck it,
remain
man.
a priority.
Keep it there.
Enough about failing the mission.
It'll be there to
Wasn't this
annoy
supposed
people.
To be a pep talk?
You are right, my friend.
I'm sure this op seems risky to an old vet like you, but you've seen all the combat sim results. You know I can pull this off.
Of course.
Just like all
leave
their
it in
dicks.
your
Yeah, I
hands.
can pull them right
I
off.
can handle this, boys. Riding out.
Self-repair units are housed in Cyborg's lower torsos. Strike at the lower abdomen in blade mode to seize the unit.
Oh, is that it?
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC specializing in airborne warfare.
An Air Force for hire? That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Merc started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not. Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
And we can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine. Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean.
Okay.
I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had. That Cusack Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt rotor. And at close range. Choke both me.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that.
Yeah.
You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job. No one blames you.
He could have figured
In any
for...
case, now we know what we are dealing with.
He should have thought,
This
like,
is
you know,
still a business,
we would need a
but
better
this
fucking
time
missile
I'm
for that
stretching
shit.
the budget as much as possible.
Why not go for that?
Expenses like
Just to be
aircraft
safe.
And your new body
I mean-
are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
Or who knew
I'm
that
glad
that's
you feel
what
this
he
way,
was going with?
Since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Hey, Boris, about the Soliton radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed.
That I cover up.
Even if I get spotted by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new Soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the Soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date on the latest tech?
But I wonder, how exactly is the equation different? I mean, I'm no expert on how the KDV equation was implemented in the first place, but I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Raiden, on battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is number one.
I want to know the theory, damn it.
So do not worry your head about equations
Tell me.
and such things. Just concentrate on using the equipment to your advantage, da?
Nah.
In other words, you have absolutely no idea, do you?
Ah, the mission, Raiden. Focus on the mission.
Fuck us on the mission?
Right.
Okay.
What I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the
Murder
past.
innocence,
When I
eh?
took on those former
Tell me
PLA
about it.
soldiers to form Maverick, I laid
I would
out
like to
my
hear it.
conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean. No exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the XPLA have moved on now, in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble.
Can I hurt him a little bit?
Stay in control and stay on mission.
Just a little bit?
Got it.
Please? I mean, if they're in the way, surely I can use them as a human shield, right?
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see enemy positions and the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the Soliton radar.
Is that all he's going to say?
Raiden, if you ever get by using useful.
Okay. Actually, let me do something here. I have an idea. So if I... Okay, if I click off, it's going to do that. Let me try something here real quick. Want to unlock the face cam. Woo! And put it down here. We'll try this. Let's see if this works, because I don't think there's anything down here that's going to get blocked or anything. That way I'm not covering up the fucking the radar, and everything can go everything can
Sorry, man,
be
but
normal.
I have to ask, where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Ugh, seriously? All
Okay.
right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right?
Subtitles can get covered
World
up.
War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies
Got an
named
idea.
it Jack.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right.
Good for you.
Right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was explaining that to Imani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah. He actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met.
Okay.
I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
I won't let it happen again.
Ah, well.
Desperado ends
Or
here.
Obama.
Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Oh.
You prick. Okay, let me do something again real quick here. I will move that. How about right up to there? That should be... Well, let's just center that. What would that be? Center that vertically. There we go. Okay. That should work then.
So, Ryder, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake.
Ooh.
Hero of Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses. The list goes on.
Right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah, he saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done. Period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a fanboy.
Oh, you president of his fan club.
There for a sec.
Oh.
Very funny, Kev.
Seriously though, did Snake know he had a stalker?
Is Snake dead? No. Nah, I don't think yet.
Hey,
no,
relax.
not in any timeline
I'm
yet.
only ribbing you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
Except, well, maybe at the end of 4.
You're no fun.
Maybe. Depends on which snake, though. I don't know which snake is the snake you... There are several, like, snakes. There are so many fucking snakes in the game. Or in the series.
Pretty great leader.
One of them might be, like, dead by this point.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs.
But I don't think the main
men
one
like
is.
him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors
Maybe.
to deal with.
I don't know.
Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But in
I've only ever played Metal Gear Solid 5.
And all without firing a shot.
Other than what we're doing now.
Savior of a nation.
So...
No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift for sure.
We'll get to
but he also put in the hard
we'll get
work.
to those at some
He was
point
big on
now.
equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. And Mani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. Things would
Siberia.
have been different, that's for sure.
Oh god, did I tell you guys how great Siberia is?
And Mani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Right. That saying you like, about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
Yeah.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case.
Yeah,
but
1,000.
I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... You didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, right.
Yeah, sure, bruh. Cool story. If you think you can.
I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
Hmm? What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Forces attacks, escaping. There was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
I don't know.
Well, we don't know yet. We'll find out.
Head for the oil refinery.
No doubt if eventually. Is that it?
Right.
Okay, fuck you. Courtney, what? Well, no, let's talk to Doctor first.
Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard
I wasn't.
military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah.
I realize
You
combat
better.
is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves.
No, at least.
One must determine a course
Dick
of attack
size.
or defense and
Goatsy
execute on a moment's
size.
notice. Reaction time is key.
Oh, I don't
Cyborg
have that.
enhancements
Fuck.
do not change that.
Agreed.
Well, shit, I don't have reaction time. Shit, I had most time to end the stream then. Fuck it.
Hey Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this opt. Besides,
Against the rules of engagement, I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure.
Can't get energy from non-military
Ceramic
cyborgs.
bone structure?
Well, one moment. I have more.
Wouldn't that be?
Thanks.
Wouldn't that break his? Like, am I thinking of the wrong kind of ceramic, or wouldn't ceramic be very fragile? I mean, I guess maybe not.
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood.
Yeah. I do have to actually plan my shit out.
It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well...
Okay, but he's only 64, though.
I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, then. There are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational.
Dude. Why'd you play it like that?
Continue along, Raiden.
Okay, that's enough for him then. Yeah, we'll do some saving. We'll see what she has to say, though.
Roger that. Save complete.
You saved me again, Courtney.
Right. Anything else? Otherwise, I should get back.
Actually, yeah. You mentioned SOP earlier. How much do you know about it?
The Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for controlling contractors. Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon and they had clearance. From their commanding officers. And the rules of engagement, I mean. It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war. An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the idea
like a
of
hive
loss,
mind.
A lot of people felt better about employing privatized military. The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms
we are
of PMC ops,
not too far,
mostly
actually.
American interventions. SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market.
I think we literally just beat the camo soldiers, went into that place,
Civilian deaths went down.
and then yeah, we
Total
got.
casualties just kept on climbing.
Hey,
More than ever, war was big.
this is a code. This is a phone call
Business
simulator,
was booming until SOP got hacked.
so I'm fine with that.
Suddenly, everyone realized how
I need to get a
dangerous it
green
was to have
screen,
a
set this
single
shit up to
system
look like a
controlling
codec call,
entire PMCs.
and I
That was
just
the
sit here
beginning
like
of the end for SOP. Public opinion on
looking like a codec.
privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and
But yeah,
downsize just
only
to stay
only
in
half
business.
though.
And that about does it for SOP.
That's kind of
101.
low.
Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
I'm totally fine with that though. I love the dialogue in these kind of games. Kojima didn't have this dialogue written if he didn't intend for people to listen to it. And I think Kojima knows what the fuck he's doing. So, you know, if our Lord and Savior, Kojima-san, deems it necessary, then we are going to listen to the shit. All praise Kojima.
Roger that. Save complete.
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson.
Amen.
What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they
I
were
don't know.
behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
They did.
And they were right. Except there weren't 12. And they weren't guys.
Well,
or even
yeah,
human.
AI.
They were massive AI networks.
All the better to gather information on a global scale.
My dear.
Or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides.
Ooh.
The PMCs made
Ferengi
billions too,
rules.
of course.
Sell to both
SOP
sides.
was the
War is
Patriots'
profitable.
masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they
Who
were
would destroy our
active.
AI
But
daddies
still,
like that?
Not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Bastards.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic.
The people don't know what
assuming
that would
anyone
even mean.
believed them, which they wouldn't.
The people are
you can
dumb as
find
fuck.
speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Just like gay
it's a little
frogs.
hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test.
Well, what else you gotta say, bitch? Yeah, titty have it out, bitch.
Roger that. Keep up the good work.
You know she's only 23. You know she's a titty streamer. I mean, you know she's a streamer on Twitch.
Why would AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want.
That's
all
what
the
she
money,
looks like. That's her
AIs?
outfit.
What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time, change in unpredictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America, no less. It's
Typical.
terrifying. Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change?
How do we know that's not even the case now?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession.
PMCs have insurance?
Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a
Do
general
PMCs
recovery
have
at all.
insurance?
Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now
How the
we've got
fuck
these
do you fucking
PMCs
insure
that are basically
PMCs?
mobsters.
What?
Just thugs in uniform.
Yeah, not a pretty picture.
How do you... I didn't even know I didn't know PMCs are actually insured. How do you insure people in that line of work? And not just like ethically, how do you insure those people? Like, come on, capitalistically. How the fuck? That doesn't seem profitable. What in the fuck, dude? What? Wi-Fi operation failed, code 10? I guess your Wi-Fi stopped working? But maybe your router kind of bit it? Or maybe the Wi-Fi part of it isn't working? I don't know, maybe check your antennas. I'm not sure. Or go to Google with that. I'm pretty sure Google would have some kind of, might have some sort of a, I would hope that Google has some sort of help for that. Well, hold on, let's do a little Google right now. Hardware Wi-Fi operation failed, code 10. Oh, you need to update your, you gotta update your Wi-Fi driver. So, yeah, you just gotta update your drivers. That's all that is. I don't know why it would say failed.
What's up?
But yeah, you just gotta update that shit. Apparently.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Oh, and that's all. We're done with the codec conversations. God damn it. Now we gotta actually play the game. Man. I can't believe we have to play the most boring part to get to the best part.
Greetings, cyborg.
Show yourself.
Bruh, he got that I am disappointed. Yeah. I bet you are. Well, hey, I think I've said it 1,000 times already. Be disappointed. Be prepared to be disappointed. Because that's all I am. I'm disappointment incarnate. If I was a VTuber, I would look just like me, but in a VTuber model. That's how disappointing I am. So we're probably going to fail this fight a couple times.
And you are?
My death.
I am IF prototype LQ84I. IF prototype.
Lick. LQ. Lick.
Prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level.
Well, we gonna lick this motherfucker.
Intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human.
Yeah, if I haven't learned, I've learned.
Okay then.
Kinda.
What's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
Then you're forced to learn. Well, then I will learn, won't I?
I am here to kill you.
I guess I'm gonna have to fucking learn. Damn, high heels are actually useful.
That's it. Pretty simple thinking.
Yeah, I'll try to learn. It's just toward and X, or square for me. Toward and square. Oh, it's a real stream now. Oh god, see, it tasted like purple again.
What good is an intellect if you can't use
Why?
it?
Your taunting is pointless.
Yo, can we go back to that? What was that view? What was that pose? I think I've seen that pose before. What it... Totally not sus. Ah, right. R1 is lock on. Oh, I missed it, didn't I? I know there's going to be some, that was a very sus pose. Okay. Now I'll be able to have a chance to heal. Right? It's like, I just enter, I enter blade mode. I slice the cum out, and I grab the cum, and it's like I heal the full health. Okay. Damn, who knew cum was so useful? I mean, they say electrolytes, but no, that's cum. Like, let's not pretend it ain't. How many cycles of this motherfucker do I have to do? Yo. There we go. Okay. What? Am I doing it right? But if there was an emo girl with your voice, I wouldn't be surprised. The bitch would be ugly, though. You know that much. I mean, yeah, if some bitch had my voice, yeah, you know that bitch would be ugly. No, no recovery. No mercy. Okay, well, yeah, sitting here covers up the fucking hit log. Yeah.
Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on divine.
What would an AI know about freedom?
Jack shit. I have to blow up right next to me, though. What was that about? A little unnecessary. Like, hey there, big boy. Oh, what do y'all even do? Taken out. Yeah, I just gotta, okay. So eventually the shields do break. Die. Okay. Come on, ride. Then. Shit. Oh, it's just hold. Just hold the direction, basically. Yeah, I remember I gotta fight these helicopters. The most fun bosses. Or yeah, I gotta fight one here at least. That's what is so boring. Alright, I just gotta hold that shit. Like, yeah. I basically just gotta keep running at it. What? Just that? Only that? Yeah, this is fun. Okay, I just gotta, yeah, keep on, yeah, I'll just climb it, fuck it. Yeah, shit, yeah. It's almost dead. Wait. No, okay. Oh, what, wait. And right trigger? What? I don't know what is what. So hold. Oh. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't understand what the fuck it was telling me. I just gotta keep doing this, I guess. I'm failing to do something. That's what it wanted me to do. Okay, I am stupid. There we go. That works. I should have known that's what it wanted. Cool. Take that right up. Okay. Oh, Flyboys. Oh, they murked him. Oh well, dude. Hey, you know, credit to your family, I guess. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm very good. No, I'm not. I suck at this, and I'm only on easy. I'm terrible at this. Oh, bad. Aw. Wanted to grab his cum. But I couldn't.
So that's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left
Yeah, I
hand.
wish you could play the game for me.
You could find a cyborg with access and,
Well, no one says you
borrow it.
can't. I can stream you. If you record it, I'll stream it and put my camera over it and pretend it's my own.
Who knows?
You wanna
Maybe you
do
can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry
You just have to listen to all the codex calls. That's the only problem.
Hurry and get that hand right.
Yeah,
Get that hand right.
Yeah, if you do all the work, and I might credit you too, maybe. We'll have to see about that, but you know, come, give me the cum. There we go. Yeah, that much plus coda. Yeah, you bet your ass it better be. It better be that long. No, I don't think they have it though. That nobody's here seems to have any cum on them. Was I on my back? Okay, I got his cum. Ah, I got his left hand.
Excellent work. There
Cool.
was classified data embedded in that hand.
Ooh.
It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
Cool. So he was at the same place, at the same thing I did. So So I know him though. Yeah, he dead. Oh, I left out all their balls. Not just the ones they had on public display. The ones they fucking... They hid. Cool. Cool, combat counter good. Why are there these things? I guess I gotta go up. I gotta go. Nope, not there. Not maybe here. That is a Granada. Grenade. There we go. I so suck at this game. A BP. Is there nothing? I can't do nothing with that yet, can I? I think I can only upgrade. I can only upgrade after a level, right? I assume. Oh, it's an oil refinery? Mistral. Yeah, that's Mistral, I remember. Oh yeah, Mistral ain't no bitch.
That woman.
She ain't scared of him one bit. Hey Billy. Hey, how you doing, dude? Thanks for dropping in tonight. How's your evening going? I hope you're able to enjoy me sucking at this game even on easy mode. Sadly.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Oh, she's gone. Where'd she go?
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet.
Figuratively.
All right, I'm heading for the refinery.
Yep, we'll walk up the stairs like normal people. Then we'll make a fucking run for it. Get fucked. Dad. Oh wait, you're over here. Why don't you give me your cum? There we go.
Classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
Cool. Some more grenade. Nice. Shit. There we go. Oh, I suck at combat with these things, even on easy. Ah, okay. Taken out. Get it. There should be another boss fight somewhere here, I think, right?
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
I can engage if I wish. I will. Let me check my codex.
I got a visual on Dolzaev and Mistral. Looked like they were arguing over something. Mistral's heading up the force at the refinery, correct?
Oh, don't worry. We'll fall
sure
into the
on
trap
that?
after our codec calls for 2 hours.
I'm not sure how good a commander she is. As a fighter, talented, yes, I know, but...
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
Oh, I doubt that. She may not like him, but she will follow her orders. She is just the leader on the ground here, I think. Someone else is calling the shots behind cover.
All right. But what's the end game here? Say I die and we can't stop them. Then what? Are they even capable of forming a real government? Do they think the people
that's
here
kind
would
of
support
racist.
Dolzaev? Good questions, Tovarich. History shows it is a much easier thing to take a government than to keep it. An unpopular regime can only ignore the will of the people for so long before they rise up. And trying to do all this with PMC soldiers? Difficult. And very, very expensive.
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets. Who stands to benefit the most from all this?
Most likely someone with an interest in that refinery. The plant has pipelines connecting with
So it is a
Sochi in
refinery.
Russia and Supsa in Georgia. Crude oil from the Caspian Sea is refined in Sukhumi and then sent on to Russia.
Oil. I wonder if Dolzaev knows he's being used. Then again, I wonder if he'd even care.
Yeah, well, you don't listen to the amazing dialogue if you don't do codex. Yeah, well, I do codex. I'm a dialogue queen. I love this shit.
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman were discussing? Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound
Besides, when we
vibrations to
end the
travel.
stream,
A pity they were outdoors.
we're going to end it
laser surveillance
after
unit if they
codec
were
calls.
inside, near window.
Yeah.
So
Maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
Duh, true enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now. Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Mistral, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so.
well, yeah, if I can take
Didn't
her
you
out.
say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it. back when more Russians lived there. It was very popular resort spot for USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets like to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there.
Oh, really?
All the outlying territories.
They still do.
It
Not
kept
surprised.
them easier to control.
Hey, look at that potato
But
chip.
with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
Murder.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SOP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia
No,
that
don't let
takes
Israel
orders
hear
from
about
no
that.
one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev? Any more on his background?
Very little confirmed intel, but it seems he is a former Chechen insurgent.
Ooh, okay.
He claims he was part of the Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91.
Ah, the year I was
after
born.
the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August.
Congratulations,
Things were
Chechen.
not stable. Gorbachev lost
was
his
that
political
Chechnya?
power. It was Yeltsin
Congratulations.
who signed the Belavesia Accords.
Right. It created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR became independent.
The problem is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
Duh. The same kind of sad story. Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population.
Oh, fuck.
The Chechens were forced to give in, and the war officially ended.
But the rebels kept on fighting.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla war on Russia ever since. We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, this could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Say he is, though. What would he be after here in Abkhazia?
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Duh. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on independence. Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder. Now that he is allied with Desperado, he is too dangerous to ignore.
Okay.
Boris, any idea where they're getting
So
the
we
money
do
to
have to
fund
just
this
fucking kill
operation?
him.
Assembling this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are two questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt-poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb. Some rebel groups are very well funded. In Arab oil nations, for instance.
Right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor. Perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind it.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Yeah.
Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi
Too
pipeline
fucking much.
is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, many groups stand to gain a lot of money.
Blow that
from
fucking
this
pipeline
mess.
then. Why not? Destroy it.
Right. I've been thinking. What Sundowner said. How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Inmani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that position would. But he listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around, so the rival factions never got that popular or that well-funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
But it does not make sense for Desperado to be acting alone here either. Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war. Yet.
We need to figure out who's at the root of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that will get you killed.
Well, no matter what, this mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them, too.
Our focus is to help the Abkhaz people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it.
Hey, Boris. I know this probably isn't the best time for this, but...
No problem. Ask me anything. My goal is to have open company, hiding nothing from its employees.
Right. Well, there were
You
a
say
few
that.
big proposals we had in the works, right?
What do you mean?
You know, my doing tactical drills with the Brazilian Special Ops Force in Rio, playing the bad guys in that South African anti-terror police training program, on-site security consulting for the Swiss.
Yes, we were working on a few things, weren't we?
Well, I thought so, but they're not in Maverick's task management database.
Well, right then. We've had to freeze those proposals. Temporarily, you see?
You're putting them on ice?
Okay.
They would be too much distracting for you. We need to focus on current op.
That doesn't seem necessary. You're gonna disappoint a lot of prospective clients.
Well, yes, but...
This is about Inmani, isn't it?
I should not have tried to hide it.
Right. Open company, remember?
Well, yes, but we can't afford for you to be too shaken to complete your mission.
Boris, I'm fine. I know it's not all my fault, but my client was killed. Kinda expect to lose some work after that.
Yeah, not your fault, but my responsibility in the end. We were far too lightly equipped. No one on the field made mistakes.
It's a third world country. We were working with a shoestring budget. If we went in heavier, burning Maverick cash, we'd have been in the red.
And that is the tricky part about this business, yes? But what is past is past. And too early to worry about the future. Just focus on the matter at hand.
Okay.
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman were discussing? Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound vibrations to travel.
A pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were inside, near window.
Yeah. Maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
True enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now. Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Mistral, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so. What do you think Dolzaev and that even your...
No.
A big...
Yeah, and there's the...
Anyway,
Okay.
Better
I only... The more
Relax.
Let us...
Yeah, that's all he has to say. No. Let me see, what does... Okay, no. Yeah. I thought that was something
You get all
important.
that, Kev? The woman with Dolzaev. That's Mistral?
Yep, the only female member of the Winds of Destruction. The name is from a cold, dry regional wind in France that blows from the Alps down to the Mediterranean.
She French?
Yep. Born in Algeria, though. It was a French colony until they declared independence in the early 60s.
Oh.
But you already knew that.
Yeah. They were the last French colony in Africa.
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Bête Noire, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger, was one.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France, although they put a stop to that a while ago.
Yeah. A lot of European countries seem to be clamping down on immigration lately.
Mistral joined the Fourth Legion to get her citizenship.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first. There was one that served in the North Africa campaign during World War II. Anyway, Mistral's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went cyborg. She's officially leading the force at the refinery, but she is also a combatant. Don't have anything on her combat style, but do not underestimate her.
Well, you never go full cyborg.
The Winds of Destruction are trained killers, all of them. They didn't let her in because of her looks.
I don't need a reminder. I won't let my guard down.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Bro, she got tits.
Sounds like you should take your own advice there, Kev.
She got tits out the ass.
So, Kev, what exactly goes on here anyway? I mean, obviously refining oil, but what else involved with that? How careful do I need to be?
Skip that week in science class, huh? All right, how much do you know already?
Just the basics. They take crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah, and stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Naphtha?
The raw material for ethylene, which is then the raw material for polyethylene and other plastics. Crude oil's used for a lot more than just fuel, you know. These days, it's the core component of just about every chemical product.
Okay.
Crude contains a lot of molecular hydrocarbons and impurities. The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling points. Once the impurities are removed, what's left can be used to make gasoline and so on.
Right. So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on...
All right, cool then. Kevin, out.
Yeah, bitch, no. Wait.
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Yeah.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognized government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
What happened in Somalia?
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already, but you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation. But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry. After all, that's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
Oh God, why?
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
Yeah.
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations.
Yeah.
So, yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked.
Sounds like maybe if you sent some PMCs to those head politicians' houses and shit, you'd probably get that shit done real fucking quick.
Hey, Kev, that piece of shit who killed Imani, is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was
you had
poor.
what, bots on both teams fighting each other, Jake?
Decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs.
Merc work.
He was active all through the SOP years.
You better merc
Built up
work,
quite a
bitch.
reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, cyborg tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev.
Yeah.
Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I
Hopefully,
can.
Jake, you can only hope.
Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah. Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu. That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them.
Huh, weird.
Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on judo. Brazilian Kinjutsu's the same kind of thing.
Huh.
A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging. Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi, a.k.a. Setsujinken, the murdering sword.
Ooh.
Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kinjutsu uses kicks,
Oh, hell yeah,
sword butts,
kill that
even
shit,
throws.
bruh.
Unpredictable and very deadly.
Kill him.
Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time. And my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah. No. I know you will be.
Hey, Kev. You have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make. Handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is. So a sword's gotta be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking. Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words. So the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale. In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
Whoa.
You lost me around the EMF part.
Bro. Crazy.
And that's the dumbed-down explanation. To be honest, even I
So
don't
it
understand
cuts
all
with
the details.
with electricity.
Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there. So Sam's badass blade might give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Ooh.
Murasama. Sounds familiar.
Of course.
One of the top 10 best-known sword makers worldwide. Easy. In Japan, he is legendary. They say his swords thirst for blood. That they choose who will wield them. You know, that sort of thing.
Ooh. Now I really am scared.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, that kind of sword maker that he is fucking legendary from what I remember
Right.
of him.
Head for the oil refinery.
Okay, motherfucker.
Raiden, the Mistral woman, is she truly a full-body cyborg?
That's what the intel says, at least. Why? You noticed something?
Indeed. Two somethings, in fact. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear to be artificial.
You can tell that just from what I saw?
Indeed. After some
Good for
detailed
her.
image analysis, I am 80% certain that is her own natural torso. If it is indeed a cyborg Jesse, it is the most advanced I've ever seen. Such technology would not come cheap. It would mean whoever is backing Desperado is likely quite wealthy.
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man, woman, an enemy is an enemy.
Bitch gonna get slapped up.
Are you not even the least bit curious?
Damn right. No, not at all.
My apologies, Raiden.
Not curious one
we
bit.
never concluded our discussion on carbon nanotube muscle fibers.
Didn't we?
CNT drove major innovations in the field of cybernetics, not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically.
Yeah.
Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that.
Sure.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear Ray, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers. So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage of a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Yeah.
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you
That'd
laugh?
be funny.
It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all
So
quite
somebody
possible,
finally
I assure
could
you.
identify as an
Consider the
attack helicopter.
possibilities. A humanoid frame for everyday life, yes.
Okay.
But the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
Cool.
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor, it's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you mean?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears, robots, not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim, much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Mane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
Brighton, something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes, to be precise. But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Hey Doc, Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah.
The fuck does that mean?
I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an
Arschgeige?
AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the
Ass
like.
eater?
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mm-hmm. Mimicking behavior
I
from
don't know.
surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough.
Yeah.
At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know.
Well, you would hope.
So
What if they're all AI,
if
though?
brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but
Yeah,
it is not
been
so simple.
2 hours, but we got
The connections between
more
successive
dialogue.
memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that, for example,
Well, hey, you can
say
blame
we
the
remove all
developers for
memories you have
making
of being
so little
yourself
of the game
and
actually
replace them with my own.
gameplay.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm.
Not my
Vogt.
problem.
You would behave very similar to how
It's not
I
my
do.
problem.
However, what if instead you kept your own memories?
They're the ones
and
that fucked
added
up.
mine to them? You would
I'm doing
feel you
things
were both
right.
Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see,
I know
the
people
very
aren't gonna like
concept is not
this,
practical
but you
for
know what?
most
I don't care.
military
I do this because I want to
in
do
trying
this.
to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you.
Okay.
And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work.
Damn.
Even replay double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect. And it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I bet he
For a
wants to
modest
fucking
fee, I'm
probe
sure.
into my fucking brain. I bet he wants to get in my head.
I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
God.
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions. Effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater, does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional. Cyborg technology seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know? Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
Glory of science.
Doc, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
Yeah. What's up with that?
For security purposes, I would imagine. Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they die even though their brains could be transferred to a new body?
I understand your concern, Raiden. But I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated by the law. PMCs must inform their workers of such things. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated for the additional risk.
Right.
I hope it was worth it.
Concerned with the potential for data loss in these explosions.
God damn.
They could damage or even erase the holographic memory in their left hands. Though to think on it, the data is most likely automatically wiped before detonation, just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave.
Yeah. Sure, Doc.
You must remove the hands before the critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left with a left hand.
I know you gotta have like a dark sense of humor for this shit, but goddamn, bro.
Have I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Weird.
Several times.
It was the Cold War, East Germany, the DDR. My field was infantry weapon research. It was a magical time. Secret research, top secret, you know. All for the Soviets, but so exciting. I was free to explore wherever my findings took me. I never had a budget request refused, not once. I was young then.
Kinda nice.
Working, always working. Most nights I would sleep under my desk, you know. Call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
I thought so.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But my colleagues, the discoveries. Well. In any case, after unification, they suddenly shut down our entire facility. Everything I'd worked for, my job, my research, poof, gone just like that.
Sounds rough.
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prosthesis hadn't lent me a hand. Artificial limbs were crude props then, you know, designed only for appearances. They were hardly functional. If you lost an arm or leg, you were disabled, and that was that. The key was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface, of course. This enabled a great range of movements, even more so than a natural limb. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics and engineering could come in handy. So, I contacted a prosthesis laboratory in Dortmund, and I was hired immediately. Patents filed in my name made quite a bit of money, you know. Soon I was made the head of my own lab.
And that's when you started filling orders from PMCs.
Indeed. From contractors who'd been referred by their employers, to be exact. Workers from your industry quickly became our best customers. We were flooded with orders. But my field was never full body conversions. You can imagine my surprise when Boris contacted me.
Yeah. Our previous cybernetics maintenance guy went into hiding.
But I built on my knowledge and now consider myself an expert on all cyborgs, both partial and full body.
Glad I could help with your on-the-job training. Seriously, though, we're lucky to have you on board.
Yes, I should think we have both benefited from our arrangement. Which reminds me, do not forget our other arrangement. The cyborg's left hands, if you would.
Got it.
Right, I'll try to remember.
Raiden, the Mistral woman, is she truly of...
That's what the intel said.
What?
You know...
Indeed. Based on their movement.
You can tell.
Indeed. If it's
Okay, yeah. Is that all he's gonna say? Okay, yeah.
Indeed, based.
That's weird. That's what he goes back to. Okay, now finally, Courtney.
Right. You need to save?
Did you catch all that with Dulceyev and Mistral?
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. Dulceyev's not really what I expected. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess I expected someone more, I don't know, threatening?
Didn't seem too friendly to me.
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold, calculating professional. Dulceyev looks more like some guy off the street.
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism. It's too risky. Most terrorists are ordinary people, radicalized one way or another.
Yeah. I guess so.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier to forgive. What about Mistral? What'd you think?
Well, she's certainly attractive. Probably an artificial face, though. I'm guessing most of her is artificial.
Roger that.
No. Apparently, most of her is real, which I kind of find hard to believe myself. Yeah, Courtney got the knocker. She does, dude. Courtney would totally be a titty streamer. Or she totally is. She is a titty streamer, totally, in her off time.
From Algeria.
That's my fanon.
Have you ever been?
No.
Hey, thanks for dropping in, Mouse.
For a consulting
I hope you
job.
enjoy hours
I
of
hear
codec
it's pretty
calls.
safe there now, compared to how things were at the start of this
How are you
decade.
doing this evening?
Yeah, I was able to slip a little sightseeing in. Pretty nice spot for a vacation. Kind of hot, though. 80% of it's the Saharan desert, and wow, it was just like you'd imagine. So much sand. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath the early evening moon. It was like something from another world.
Yeah? I thought only a sixth of the Sahara was sandy like that. The French carried out a bunch of nuclear tests there too, I remember.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, it's a totally different place. All these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue sea. It's a really stark contrast.
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looks a lot like that.
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch near my hotel. A baguette sandwich and a cafe
Oh, I'm glad you're doing great.
Simple,
But really, The Rock versus Triple H from back in the day.
Oh, there were a bunch of sweet
I don't know
shops
who
in
won
town,
that.
too. High-quality European
Because I don't think I
candy, but
remember
so
ever
cheap.
seeing that.
Sounds like you ate your way across the
Hey,
country.
sweet. Hey, thanks for dropping in, dude. How are you doing this evening?
Part of local culture, you know.
I hope you can
and
enjoy
speaking
these
of which,
all these codec
seafood.
calls I'm doing.
I didn't expect to see Mediterranean fish and African cuisine, but it was also fresh and flavorful. They'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon juice. I could have eaten that all day.
That sounds good.
Sounds like a lot of calories.
I tried to stay active, you know.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me how much someone weighs?
That really yesterday was a long day.
I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that one.
How long was it?
Affirmative. Save complete.
Good.
You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
Really long.
That's your solution? Just
Well, that
change the
sucks.
name and change the reputation, eh? To what? I know you like private security provider, but that
More edgy than that. Well, now everything is as edgy as a fucking Nerf
PMS?
dart.
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right?
Unless you go over the
Private military
AEW.
and security company. A bit more comprehensive.
But WWE, yeah,
And a
everything
bit more
nowadays
awkward
is
too, I
just
guess.
too child
Seems
friendly.
like it never really caught on.
Mostly.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts or when we're specifically excluding older style PMCs.
I guess once a
You
name
don't think you
sticks,
could go back
that's
there
it.
again?
Old habits.
Well,
are
you
hard to
shouldn't.
break.
Right.
If you can't handle it, if it's not like, if you don't like it,
do much for
you
the
shouldn't go.
industry's image.
I get your
At
point.
least you shouldn't be forced.
Though it did work once before. We don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
Actually, hold on. Let me go get something real quick. I got the fucking munchies like a motherfucker right now. Gonna make me a couple chicken and ham sandwiches while I listen to these codec calls. But oh, that sucks. Mom's making the decision. Well, your mom should be making the decision not to bring you to places you fucking hate. But I mean, hey, if you make it hard for her, if she brings you to these places, she might not. I don't recommend it, but you know, something to consider. Oh, hey, welcome back, Abe. How you doing?
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, hey, enemy here, kill me, would be a bit much.
Yeah.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air. But it's gotten tricky on the ground, too. Especially in the war on terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The U.S. Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption, for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later? Like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little
Fuck 'em.
on-the-job training, Kev.
They can wait.
Writing out.
Yeah, I got a couple more I can listen to, hopefully. I want to make this sandwich. Dude. Do I or
Have you
no?
ever
Well,
tried Abkhazian cuisine?
Abe, I think maybe we can chill it
Georgian, yes, but
on the
I
fucking
don't really know much about Abkhazia, so
stupid
it'd be nice to
scout
try it, though,
mayonnaise and scout
with
milk
its
shit.
close
It's
and all.
never been funny.
Even you
It's not
haven't
gonna be
tried it?
funny. So can we
Now
just
I'm
chill
really
with it already?
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on. Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay, okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all, though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
They say most of Caucasian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
Yeah, wine? Really? Okay.
How are things back at control, Courtney?
Things? Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess. Russia is, you know, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess. No, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, right, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your
He
body
probably had to
in
replace his
action?
dick, too.
All right, all right. If you're
So
done,
what's he even bragging
I'm going
about?
to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime.
Bitch, you don't even see it.
By the way, I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor back in Africa.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the
Really
course for
skipped
Desperado,
there
I
yesterday.
guess.
Why?
I wonder why they bothered with the
That makes
tilt
no
rotor
damn
in the
sense.
first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip. Virtually
What, was your
anywhere.
mom not allowed to go
Up to.
outside?
Meanwhile, they have the
'Cause she
speed
didn't
and
cover the
range
fuck
of a
up?
fixed wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident prone though?
They were. Used to call them widowmakers. The rotor tech is really
Fucking
complex.
late night.
There've been a lot of mishaps.
I hope
over
they
the
delivered.
years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
Ah, no wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait,
Really, your dad's with you and your mom's the one making all the
Did have a
decisions?
rocket
Okay.
launcher. Wasn't so tough.
I mean, I'm not
because
saying
of
there's
how
nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying,
I
okay.
bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
You don't know the half of it.
Right, what you said before about your sword being a tool of justice, I just want to say I agree 100%.
Oh, I
wish
bet
all
you can't wait to
PMCs
go
thought
back.
way.
Glad to hear you say
I
that.
fucking, I wouldn't
You
be,
mentioned it was part of some
I wouldn't
samurai
wait. I'd be
code?
on that. I'd be
Yeah.
waiting at the airport right now.
I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it by chance, during a mission. After that, I decided to train with the HF blade. I studied a lot of samurai techniques. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai code. I tore through stacks of books, movies, anything I could get my hands on.
Somehow hard to imagine you settling in with a big bucket of popcorn.
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you know I'm actually a huge movie buff.
Okay, okay. So that's where you picked up this Sword of Justice creed?
Yeah. Most of it from a single master named Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of swordsmanship on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. He called it Katsujinken, the life-giving sword. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. It's how it's applied that
Well-
matters. As time went on,
Oh, yeah, you mean
Katsujinken
people in a
incorporated
non-English
deterrence.
speaking
It
country
took on
don't
the
speak
meaning of
English?
winning
Wow.
Without fighting.
I'm really
Or as I
surprised.
like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from George Herbert.
What?
He was an English priest, 17th century, almost the same era as Yagyu.
It's a universal idea, I
Well,
guess.
Saudi Arabia comes off as the kind of country similar to America, how their main language. You know how like Americans are always like, oh, America is English, speak English, and how they repress other languages here. I figure Saudi Arabia is probably the same with the main language there. I don't really remember what it is, but I figure it's the same. So I'm not surprised.
What's up?
Save me, bitch. Get me out of here.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
All right. We are done with the hour-long codec bullshit. Now we're going to activate the button. Oh, it's a button? No, wait, I want to do this thing over here. There's more to do here. I want to do it. Destroy all the hammerheads. And what am I supposed to do? I got Come on, land. Do something. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. Okay, Dad. Oh, you haven't seen your room in over a month. Dude, that sucks. I would hate. There was a time when I went to Florida for like 2 weeks. I didn't see my room for just only 2 weeks. I fucking hated that shit. But Florida is just a terrible place in general, anyway. So. It's not even a real fucking state. It looks like a dick. I hate it. Okay. How about you? Is that it? Okay. Cool, that was it. Come on, let me go. No, yeah, in just those 2 weeks that I was in Florida and didn't, have to see my room, that was already too fucking much for me. Never go to Florida. I'd recommend it.
The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Okay. Well, Desperado doesn't really seem to be an issue. Really, only 2. Oh, motherfucker.
Watch out. Keep on coming.
Oh yeah, these motherfuckers. But they just keep on coming? Oh, fuck you. Ah, okay. I thought it was going to be infinite there for a second. I had my hopes up. Okay. Okay, up here. Yeah, I don't need blade mode.
And his team must be in here. Find him.
Oh, pussy needs blade mode.
Right. Wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
Fuck. There we go.
Need to run past the IR beams, Ryder.
Oh, I did. Didn't I? I jumped around them. There it goes. Ah, this is gonna be a bitch. Thank God I'm on easy though. Okay. Well, that helps. Okay. Oh, you prick. Get on over here. Huh. Yeah, he shot his own friend there. Pretty nice. Okay. Are we done? Okay. Oh God. Boss fight. Shit.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
No one calls me that anymore.
No.
Yes, I have. Where is he?
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here?
You're really telling me those lips aren't collagen?
The cold wind of France. And you, your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know? I'm only half French.
And?
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see? Cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family. Everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan.
Damn, bitch.
I'd found my calling.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened.
Bitch!
To be honest, I found it quite dull.
Fuck this cunt.
My enemies fell like domino, one after another. Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times, I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then...
Oh, please, those are fake. Have to be.
Who?
And I knew what I had been missing. His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I don't like the way she touches that shit.
Protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
Damn.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
Okay.
Come, Monga.
Ah, shit, bro. What in the fuck am I doing? Ooh, okay. What? What are you doing? Oh. Okay. Thank you. Bitch.
Playtime is over.
Okay. It's a spectacular looking fight, I'll give it that. BMI? Body mass index error? What? That would make sense. Ah, that's what that means. Okay. I'll just keep doing this for as long as it lets me, I guess. Why the fuck not? Okay. On to the next phase. Ah, checkpoint, cool. Well, since I am doing this on normal, I may be able to just do this in, or easy, not normal, fuck me. On easy, I may be able to do this in one go. Okay. I mean, yeah, she'll be taken down pretty soon, feels like. Yeah, I think I got her. Well, I basically got her. Oh, fuck. Yeah, she dead. Oh, well, you're gonna fuck with yourself here in a minute. Is that water? Liquid nitrogen? Bro, oh, bro. I don't know if she deserved this, but... destroyed. Good. Fuck that bitch. Good. She deserved it.
Mister, report! Your vitals are dropping.
They...
I lost. So this is how they felt.
Yeah?
Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
But I know you will never fall.
What is this talk about?
Huh? I don't know what that means.
Mister, you never...
Okay.
She's not talking to you, idiots.
Yeah.
You killed her!
Yeah.
Nuts! Murderer!
That's rich coming from you. It's overdose, I am. Surrender.
Translation.
Why would I surrender? We are exactly where I want.
Shit.
He's gonna blow it.
With Russia money to make Russia money. It is no plan for outcasts. It is their prison. But now, they will be free!
Okay. Well, bro. I mean,
Crazy son of a bitch.
I guess that made sense.
What happened?
He blew it up.
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there.
Yeah, you
We're
think?
sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
I'll try, but damn. What was that about? Okay. I got a pole arm. Nice. That's kind of cool, I guess. Do I want to customize his body? Okay, let's try it. What body? Oh, can I do? Ooh. Bruh. Ooh. I like the look of that. I really like the look of it, but I don't think I'm gonna go that far. I won't upgrade the actual look of shit. Oof. Way too much. I'll try to upgrade, like, you know, what I need to fucking upgrade. I really need that. Unique weapon. Eh. Yeah, sure, let's unlock that. Try it out. Oh, I can do enhancements. So I can enhance that. Okay. Cool. Because otherwise, trying to get that might just be too difficult. I don't really care. So, yeah, we'll do that. Get that. Get that. Awesome. Get that. Life. And we'll get that. Fuel cells. We'll get that. Ooh. High kick. We'll do that. Aerial parry. defensive offense. Oh yeah, I'll go with that too. Fuck it. That's polearm based though. Improves his reaction speed. Okay. Huh. I'll go with that. That looks pretty decent for now. That will work. I want to continue. Ah, yeah, is this the part where we get to the sewer? I think. If it is, then that's once we get in those sewers, listen to the codec calls we can do.
Lined up, right?
That's what I'm gonna call it.
All set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah, bruh.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP.
Looks great.
Hopefully anyone who notices you will just mind their own business. Sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs. Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled. So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Yeah. Okay,
Let's
good
go.
for you. You figured it out. Bruh. Love it.
¿Quién es ese güey? ¿Un mariachi? ¿No? ¿Un cyborg? Ese es un pero. ¿Qué?
Okay. Auto mode. Oh god, was that like MIB auto mode technology?
Adios, amigos.
¿Viste? Qué raro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
You just forget about it. That would be my fucking reaction. Just forget that that ever happened. Hopefully nobody will kill us.
It's right. I'm in the sewer system.
All right, let's get started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI. They're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers, so, you know, watch out.
Okay. How are they different than normal crocodiles?
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation.
Okay. Well, hold on now. First, we're basically. I'm gonna wait till he's out of view, just to be safe. But okay, so.
Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
They are. Okay, they're big black fucking alligators. So, yes, Purple. We are. Yes, Purple. We are going to be doing a final round of codec calls. And since we've been going for 3.5 hours with about maybe an hour of actual gameplay, then after we finish these codec calls, that's when we're going to be doing the. That's when we'll be quitting for the night.
back in
So,
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was
fucking,
restored in just
like
2
fucking
days.
Pretty impressive.
Nelson
Only the power plant is back online though.
from The Simpsons.
Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant.
You know what I
for
mean.
Now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper.
But yeah.
And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were...
You know we do
not
Kodak.
prepared. Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz citizens were seriously affected. The plant workers had already been evacuated, and most were hired back on to rebuild the refinery. We received payment and are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news. Desperado is down one of its top captains.
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
We can hope, but it is doubtful. We still do not know who is supporting them. Even if we shut Desperado down entirely, their backers could simply hire some other PMC.
Whoever it is, you really think they're interested in the pipeline? Who'd benefit besides the Georgians?
Isn't that all that needs to benefit?
Whatever the plan was, it went up in flames with Dolzaev's suicide. The problem is that there are countless companies and governments profiting off the BTC pipeline.
The Bitcoin
Whoever is
pipeline?
behind it, they may be
Bitcoin
too
got a
big for
pipeline?
simple security firm like us to do
When
anything.
did Bitcoin get a fucking
one thing
pipeline?
we do know, though, is that Sundowner's more than just a pawn in all of this.
Oh,
We
fuck?
need to watch him. Trafficking or not, we need to stop their operation here.
Find the evidence,
The
and
Bitcoin
perhaps we can
pipeline.
do that. And Tovarich, be careful.
Oh shit, okay. Well, damn.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Duh. Several active human rights groups engage in non-violent interventions like this one. Typically, they hire firms like ours to provide security and backup. Most serious human rights abuses take place in unstable regions, after all. Legitimate
Yeah.
human rights
Well,
groups, not fakes set up by oil firm or such things, they cannot handle it.
Yeah. It's different for private groups working in hostile regions. Especially when some of that hostility comes from the local authorities.
Indeed. NGOs and security firms play a greater role in
Well, I don't think you can
peacekeeping,
call
too.
him that, dude. Damn.
You know, DDR business, disarmament, demobilization, reintegration, like the UN runs it. Usually carrying weapons is not permitted for the group involved, for obvious reasons.
So outfits like ours run guard duty. If the locals don't like armed peacekeepers, then they pretend to be unarmed observers instead.
Duh. It's beneficial for the client if the locals are aware of the firepower backing them, though. I've drank tea with the sort of people my company would normally be pushing back with the butts of our rifles. It's very different from usual. More direct sort of security work, especially at beginning. But I got used to it. Less danger of unexpected conflict, and the pay is pretty good. We've built a good reputation for this kind of work. This is why NGO hired us for this job.
Okay.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Only the power plant is back online, though. Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper. And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were unprepared. Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz
I feel like
citizens were
this dude's gonna
seriously
betray
affected.
us.
The plant workers had already
Or
been
maybe they'll all
evacuated,
betray
and
us, who
most were
fucking
hired back
knows?
on to rebuild the refinery. We received payment and are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news. Desperado is down one of its top captains.
Didn't we?
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
We can hope, but even if we shut Desperado...
Whoever it is, you... Yeah, we need
Oh,
to find
okay, yeah. So, okay, he's repeating. Okay.
This trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzaev. Probably not Sundowner either.
No. The way she put it, it didn't sound like anyone I've encountered so far. Maybe someone involved in backing Desperado.
If so, sounds like they're providing more than just financing. Maybe they share the same philosophy.
That'd be bad. People willing to die for their leaders aren't so easy to predict.
Yeah, but other than the wins,
Tell me fucking
Desperado
about it.
cyborgs are all just hired contractors. They're probably emotion suppressed with nanos or drugs or whatever, but that's about it.
You're probably right. You know, I've never really developed a taste for climbing through sewers. And Guadalajaras aren't exactly wowing me either. This place isn't gonna go up in flames, right? I think I saw something about that in the briefing.
You're talking about 1992? What a mess. Over 200 people killed. That was almost a half-century ago, though. You smell anything off? Before the explosions, residents complained they smelled gas from the sewers.
I'm in a sewer, Kev. You think I've got my smell receptors on? Local air analysis doesn't show anything potentially poisonous or explosive, though.
Well, you ought to be fine then. Besides, little gas explosion's probably not going to kill someone like you.
Well, that's
A little gas
encouraging.
explosion.
Seriously, though.
Like there's such a
Guadalajara's
thing.
not a bad place. At least from what I've seen.
Oh, it's not. Second largest city in Mexico, after all. I've actually spent a lot of time down there. It's got a lot of charm. The architecture is a fusion of Latin and old colonial Spanish culture. The city's historic district is home to a massive cathedral overlooking the whole town. It's always bustling. It's a lot of fun just kicking back and watching the locals. Walking around the Libertad, taking in the sun with a cerveza in one hand, mariachi band nearby. No better way to spend a weekend, let me tell you.
If this PMC thing doesn't work out, you'd make one hell of a tour guide. Meanwhile, I'm down in this dark, filthy, humid, cramped sewer.
Also, if you ask me, the girls over there are the hottest in all of Mexico. You wouldn't believe some of the chicas I've chatted up. On the street, in the shopping malls, at the bars.
Sounds like better company
Yeah,
than a
how
robo-wolf and a
many
bunch
times
of
did you strike
plague-ridden
out?
mice.
Well, hang in there. I'll buy you a shot of tequila after we wrap this up. The city of tequila's not far, actually. That's where it originated.
Yeah, all the
I'll
chicas.
take you up on that. Now let's get this over with.
Yeah, you know he goes up to all these women, but you know they turn him down every fucking time.
Hey, Kev.
No doubt.
Let me ask you something.
What's up? We've been over pretty much all of it.
No. Those girls in Guadalajara.
Oh, God.
You never told me what happened.
They said no.
Jeez, man, we're in the middle of a mission here.
So they used you for free drinks and then took off.
Yeah, I finally got
huh?
this shit in
Well, they-
1080p. I'm
hey,
hoping it's going to look as good as
They
it
weren't really my type.
does in OBS.
I'm more of
That's the
an
only thing.
intellectual, you know?
We will see,
I don't
though.
go for just any random girl at a bar. Looks are one thing.
And it hardly
I need
does
someone I
shit for
can
my
talk to.
CPU, too. So
Someone
it's like,
fun but clever with a good sense of humor.
I finally figured it out.
That's what I
Good
thought.
settings.
Look, Kev, you're in your 30s now. It's time to stop holding out for Little Miss
Like,
Perfect.
took me long enough.
You
huh?
just need to find someone nice. You know, settle down, start a family.
Okay, Mom. Okay.
Laugh all you want, Kev.
Oh, good. Looks
but having
good.
kids
Okay,
will
good.
change
Thank
your
you.
life. I can't
I'm
see
glad
him
it
all the
does. Oh
time
my
with
God.
work and all. But whenever
You'd be
I'm back
surprised how
home,
much actual,
he's always so excited
like,
to see me.
how much fucking
When I
around it
see
takes
that, I feel
just to
like,
get that shit
you
working
know,
right.
I want to do whatever
it's
I can
bullshit.
to keep him happy.
Sure, I hear you.
Nobody told me
Look,
streaming
man,
would
I
actually
was
be
just
this
having some
difficult.
fun in Mexico.
You know, behind the
Wasn't
scenes
seriously
it was.
searching for a wife or anything.
I know, but separate from that, I just think you've gotten too damn picky.
But I like it.
I can understand trying to find the ideal woman when you're young, but you know what? It's those little imperfections, those idiosyncrasies that keep things interesting in the long run. You come to
Really? This dude
appreciate
looks
that
like
kind
you.
of stuff in a lifetime relationship.
Idiosyncrasies,
Oh,
huh?
dude.
Like if she
I hope he doesn't
snores,
die
or
then.
if she talks loud during movies.
I really
Well,
hope he
not if
doesn't
she
die.
talks during movies. A man's got to have some standards.
Some stand, bitch.
Where the hell did
What?
Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still.
Okay, he doesn't look
All
like you.
registered
Okay, well then if he
PMC
dies, he
troops,
dies.
We're still talking what? 3% have enhancements? Maybe 5%
Oh, I don't know.
tops.
I don't know if
Mostly
he's actually
career
going to die or
military who
not.
got hurt
I've never
on the
played this
battlefield
game.
One way or another.
We'll
Getting
find
their
out one
arms or
day.
legs back lets them keep earning a living. Most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts.
I mean, I
Plus,
assume
the
most side
surgery is
characters are
highly
going to die at some
specialized.
point in most games.
Expensive as hell.
Usually how it goes.
Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Mostly.
Boop.
I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few.
Cool.
There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance.
Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
Well, Desperado's up to something, because cyborgs are definitely not in the minority here.
I've heard of some
we'll listen to
PMCs
the
covering
bong
the
sing.
cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs
Listen to
get
me
their
die.
career back, sure. The PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on. Any cyborg breaks his contract early will probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think that's Desperado's MO?
You can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're full-time too. You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah. Never really considered the contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick's soldiers are contractors, just like with any other PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of U.S. companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees.
Damn.
Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Maybe.
Yep. Of course, just up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems. Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Maybe.
Just curious.
You never know. I mean, hey, if I get a better offer.
You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, man. Kev of all trades. I got a lot on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh, and advisor work like this.
The fuck does he?
Never sleep,
This
do
dude
you?
does everything.
Things have been better since Courtney joined
This dude does more work than a fucking streamer.
This trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzaev. Probably not Sun.
No. Maybe someone
Seen.
that'd be bad.
Yeah, but they're probably
Yeah. Seen it right, that's all he's
Trial
done.
mentioned someone. Any idea?
No,
Yeah, here we go.
Maybe that.
Yeah, they're probably.
As soon as we finish up all the codec conversations for everybody here, then we'll be ending. So, I mean, if you want to leave now, you know, if anybody wants to leave now and they don't actually give a fuck about codec conversations, feel free. Like, I wouldn't be pissed at all. Feel free. Codec conversations aren't for everybody, so I understand why, you know, definitely why Perp doesn't like them. But personally, I love them. But it does more work. School gym teacher. Oh, dude, school gym teacher. Literally all you do is you blow a whistle and you yell at children. That's all you do as a school gym teacher. That shit is so easy. And then, for whatever reason,
Dolzaev blew himself up.
not only
Pretty common terror tactic.
that, but also you
don't usually
just
see
be
the
a
leaders
lesbian,
doing it, though.
and also
It's one
that
thing
makes
to
you
get
really
your
good at
flock
being a
pumped
gym
up on
teacher
the
for
glory of
some
dying
reason.
For the cause, but it's not often they actually go through with it themselves.
I'm joking,
You
by the
gotta
way.
have a public face, after all. The guy who gets to claim responsibility on the evening news.
In a weird way.
I do
Dolzaev
not
showed
consent
some
to being
serious
canceled.
dedication. Not that I'm about to praise him for it.
Then you
Yeah,
become.
still a terrorist.
Eh.
A suicide bomber.
I don't like the little pay.
If that's what you want to call
Not
it.
worth it.
Still, he kind of failed at it.
But you've never had a gay or lesbian gym
Well,
teacher?
all that
But you never had a
explosion
gay or
did was put a
lesbian
dent in
gym teacher
Abkhazia's
that you
budget.
knew of?
More Russia's, really. They're the ones rebuilding the refinery. The coup didn't work out.
How much you want to bet?
overthrow the government. He was barely a blip on Russia's radar.
So, you're saying the bombing didn't accomplish any of his goals? He did it just because he was cornered? Sounds more like just plain suicide.
Yeah, it does.
Probably wanted to end things with his own hands. Like a samurai committing harakiri.
Still not
At
something
least
to
he
be
pronounces it
commended
right.
for, though.
Yeah. Lumping him in with true warriors like the samurai just gives them a bad name.
Yeah. It really does. It makes them look terrible, being associated with pricks like that.
I hope she didn't get to you. Wanting to protect the weak that's worth striving for.
Don't worry. I've heard more than a few supervillain spiels in my time. Maybe we had some things in common in our past, but not anymore. I bring my beliefs into every battle I fight. You want to call me foolish? Well, that's not going to change me.
I'm glad to hear that, Raiden.
Oh, you had one of those pervy gym teachers. That kind of sucks. I don't know why anybody... Shit like that needs to be reported.
Hey, Raiden. Where'd you get that hat you were wearing?
The sombrero? Well, I picked it up at a souvenir store.
People that are going to be looking at gym teachers that are going to be looking at the girls or anyone like that.
When you're on a scout mission,
that needs to be reported like immediately,
dude. Use
dude.
the local attire to blend into the background.
Yeah. I think it looked
That
pretty
ain't
good
cool.
on you. You looked
He
like
still
some
has a
kind
job.
of
He shouldn't.
mariachi singer.
He really shouldn't.
No, you think so?
Yep. Only that's kind of a problem too.
That's just kind of bad.
Well, I mean, that sombrero really is meant to be part of a mariachi costume.
Okay, that's kind of bad.
Mexicans don't wear hats like that normally.
Come on. The guy at the shop told me I'd look just like a local.
Yeah, a local
yeah,
tourist,
some gym teachers can be a little touchy.
You might see a lot of Mexican men wearing
Some of them are like,
during their daily
for some of them, it's
but,
not weird. It's just how they are.
Nothing like that.
But
They go
some,
for
but
something
the
a lot
others,
more
like, yeah,
simple
it's kind of,
and
that can be creepy.
Something not all that different from.
And I don't
cowboy
like
hats
physical
in the
touch
Old West.
myself.
Are you sure?
So I would be back. I would be, you know, backing that motherfucker off real quick.
One theory about the modern cowboy hat. They say it's based on the sombreros the original Western settlers brought from Mexico. Of course, cowboy hats come in all shapes and sizes, so you can't really say a specific one's the cowboy hat.
Oh, I mean, nowadays.
Well, now I know why the locals are
That
so
shit's always
eager to get a
happened.
look at me.
Not just nowadays.
That wasn't the hat.
That's always been happening. Shit.
By the way, Raiden, have you ever eaten nopalitos? They're typically called nopales.
Huh. Oh, like that street vendor was selling. Nope. No pales.
Well, that's too bad. You really ought to try some while you're in the area.
Yeah, but it's from a cactus, right? Doesn't it taste all thin and watery?
Not at all. It's kind of like the flesh of aloe vera leaves or the seaweed used in Japanese cooking. It's got this really soft but crunchy texture, and it's really versatile. You can eat nopales as is in a salad, saute them, stir-fry them with steak, put them in tacos. You can even toss them in a blender to make some juice.
Really?
I had no idea.
That's a lot of
Tell
shit.
me about it. I got hooked after Boris took me to this one Mexican restaurant. After that, I just had to learn more about them. Ooh, for example, they're really low in calories. They also have lots of soluble and insoluble fiber, which not only promotes digestion, but is great for maintaining healthy cholesterol and blood pressure levels. It's even thought to help prevent intestinal cancer. It's packed with healthy stuff too, like vitamins B and C, potassium, and iron.
Okay, I get it. It's good for you. So how does it taste?
Huh? I just told you.
Never mind. Probably can't capture any food down here anyway.
Bigger
Not that I
creeps
need
than the
to.
pervy gym
My
teachers.
muscles run on
The
fuel cells, and I've got enough blood sugar to keep my
Nah,
brain
who?
running for another week.
Well,
the assistant principals.
right?
Yep.
They're kind of weird.
So, how about we all go out for Mexican once you're done? Food's a lot more than just an energy supply, you know? It's meant to be enjoyed.
With that, I agree.
You know, I have to hand it to you guys. Cyborgs are just amazing to me.
Not me.
So much power and speed.
It's not all gravy.
No? How so?
Ooh, chicken
Well,
gravy?
things have
Ooh,
improved
I
a
love
lot
chicken
in the
gravy.
past
I could
few
sip that
years.
shit from a
But
cup
back
any
when
day.
I was modded for the first time, keeping artificial blood
I've done it
free
before.
of impurities was a huge hassle. Artificial muscles need a constant flow of oxygen from
Oh,
a
yeah,
blood
the
source,
male feminists,
just like the
yeah.
real thing. But it was a challenge getting the kidney units as small
You know,
as they needed to be.
it's so
they all
weird.
had to undergo routine dialysis.
See, I have a problem with just
Used to
feminism
be
in
even
general.
worse back when Dr. Clark was still
Like,
experimenting.
egalitarianism
Bad nerve connections
is more
would
the
screw
thing
the test subjects'
we
pain
should be
receptors.
striving for.
It was
We shouldn't be
torture.
separating
Compared
people
to
based
that,
on male,
I had it
female, or
pretty
whatever
easy.
the fuck.
It wasn't until
It's all
recently
people
that
should
you
be
could
getting
eat and
all the
drink
rights
like
all the
normal
time, no
people,
matter
right?
what.
That's right.
I don't know why
We
that's
generally
so
use glucose-based nutrient
why that
packs
is
to
so
keep the
fucking
brain
difficult.
running.
But we can absorb nutrients orally now, too. Whatever we eat's broken down by nanomachines. And we have taste sensors as well. It's not exactly like it was before. The difference is, I can turn those sensors off if I don't need them.
Oh, yeah, the
That's
modern
been
day family.
surprisingly useful.
So
Especially if they got like the
pretty
blue
much
hair.
normal lives now?
Then they're
Well,
kind of
getting
really
there.
fucking annoying.
We still need fuel cells and nutrition packs.
At least
not
they
to
can
mention
be.
regular maintenance. It's a lot of dough. Of course, another big problem's how other people look at you.
How do you mean?
There was a time when I wore artificial skin.
Ooh.
Tried to look as close to normal as possible.
Why?
I've still got some now, on my face.
Ew.
The tech at the time wasn't great.
Take it
You
off.
still looked pretty unnatural. Maybe you could fool someone from far away. But up close, even a baby could tell I wasn't human. Going out shopping or whatever, you could feel all those eyes on you. I
Yeah,
tried to
you're
find
buying a
something to do
dildo.
other
Everybody
than
knows
fight.
you're weird.
But looking like I did got me 2 strikes pretty much as soon as I walked through the door.
The nice guys. Oh
Well,
god,
you
yeah.
appreciated it when people
The
were
people
honest
that think
about
just
it.
because they're nice to somebody
But when
that
they were
thinks
too
they
polite to just say
that means
so,
they deserve
that
sex.
was rough. Things are getting better these days, though.
Fuck those people.
Artificial skins
Or
improved a
or
lot.
don't.
And you don't get so
Don't
many
fuck those
stares
people.
now that the general public knows about cyborgs.
Those people don't deserve it.
Maybe I should look into the cyborg thing, huh? I could eat whatever
Let the
I
nice
want,
guys be
whenever I
incels.
want.
Just don't let them have guns.
Probably cheaper just getting lipo, Courtney.
Jerk.
How much you want to talk to her for?
Courtney, there's something I'd like your opinion on.
What's up?
It's how I replenish my electrolytes. I'm basically feeding off these cyborgs.
Oh, yeah. That. I don't really see any better options, to be honest.
Oh yeah, those kind of
I doubt
people
your
are just
old body
predators
would've
in
stood up
general.
against the Desperado captains or Jetstream Sam. And if we
And
fail
they're pieces.
here,
The fuck
it's
those
not
kind
only
of people.
bad for us,
Definitely.
but for our clients. and all
Absolute
of
pieces of
Sukumi.
shit.
Yeah, you're right.
Besides, like you
Anyone
say,
that would like
no
prey
one's
on somebody
forcing
in a
them to be
vulnerable
here.
situation,
They chose to throw in with the terrorists.
fuck that kind of person.
Yeah.
Just absolutely fuck that kind of person.
I won't lie. I don't feel great about it. But in the scheme of things,
That just
yes,
ain't cool.
I think it's justified.
Thanks. I guess it's never black and white in this business, is it?
No. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's usually red or yellow or green, you know, usually. Or rainbow.
Do you and Kevin work a lot together, Raiden?
Well, Maverick's not that big. Unless you're a short-term contractor, you tend to work with the same guys. Last job we were on together, I was hired by the Carabinieri to track down 3 Albanian mafiosos. They'd fled Italy for Montenegro, and I had to bring them back.
Can't say that,
It wasn't
Raiden.
easy. All 3 of them had cybernetic upgrades. Without Kev,
What are you doing?
I could have been in serious trouble.
He was with an NGO before Maverick, I think.
She's saying it
handling
too.
disarmament
What the fuck?
work for the UN.
Yeah. He and Boris met while working together to
Oh my
resolve a
God.
conflict in Africa.
What is
They
getting
hit it off.
racist?
So when Boris gave him a job opportunity, he took it.
I don't even
I
know.
kind of wonder why. We're pretty much the opposite of a disarmament outfit.
3 things are needed after a conflict: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into society. That's the way it usually goes. I guess Kevin felt like the process was getting to be a joke. Even if the UN taps the group that caused the conflict for post-war cleanup, there's no way of ensuring their sincere cooperation. There's always a chance they'll underreport the number of soldiers they've got on hand.
That, or they only disarm the useless parts of their force. The ones with outdated weapons and gear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they can hide their standing force, the one with all the up-to-date weaponry, from the UN. Afghanistan saw a
You
lot
could
of
cut that off.
since the wars were all waged by rival military cliques. Anyway, Kev saw that happening on a daily basis in Africa.
That would work.
Guess he just wanted a job where he had a firmer grasp on what was going on. And then along comes Boris. Kev had to think it over for a while, sure. But, well, here we all are.
PMCs are going to need more people like him. And me too, I guess. You know, civilian viewpoints.
Couldn't agree more.
It's so many times, especially on TikTok. Well, dude, TikTok is just kind of fucking weird. Like, the government probably should kind of crack down on TikTok, at least in the sense that, like, you know, it's a place where adults and minors are able to commingle without regulation. Like, I don't think that's a good idea. Especially on like a mobile app where it's so easy to fucking for anyone to do it. Like that's just kind of weird. If you ask me.
Raiden, can I ask you something?
Sure. What is it?
Just wondering, why'd you join Maverick in the first place?
Well, Boris and I go way back. Our first time working together was rescuing Sunny. That's Colonel Gurlukovich's granddaughter. He and Boris were good friends back in the USSR.
What the fuck?
Right. The Patriots were holding her?
Yeah. I was mainly working with the PLA, but Boris was a huge help. His Russian military connections paid off big time. All his covert op experience, too. He wasn't working pro bono, of course, but he went above and beyond the call. The Patriots were a threat to everyone, not just America. He got that.
And when Paradise Lost disbanded, he formed a new outfit and got them all work.
Most of them, anyway, including me.
Did you ever consider another line of work? Something non-military, I mean?
I'm a cyborg, Courtney. What am I gonna do? Drive an ice cream truck? I can pass as normal.
Oh, that would be fucking cool.
But up close, anyone can tell it's
I mean, hell if a Sweet Tooth
Good
from
jobs aren't easy to come by these days, even for non-cyborgs. And I've got a family to feed. Besides,
oh, I forgot
I've been
the
fighting
series.
my whole life.
Fuck me.
It's just who I am.
Never mind then.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
It's fine, Courtney. No worries.
From Twisted Metal. Yeah, if Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal can drive an ice cream truck, why the fuck can't Raiden? Why can't we get a Metal Gear kart racing game where Raiden is driving an ice cream truck? Why can't we get that, Konami? Get on that, Konami. I want that kart racer.
So, Courtney, you've heard my story. What about you? How'd you end up at Maverick?
Me? Well, it's funny. I was a business major, actually. Thought I'd go for an MBA. When I was in school, there was a lot of talk about the widening gap between rich and poor. I figured I'd join the 1% and never have to worry about money again. Pretty noble, huh? Anyway, around then you started hearing all about this war economy stuff on the news. I was, I don't know, disgusted, I guess. Disillusioned, for sure.
And that changed your mind?
It wasn't just the war stuff that bothered me. It's everything it represented. How so much of what the first world enjoys comes at the expense of third world people. The more I researched, the more I realized how bad things are. Underreported, too. After that, money wasn't such a priority anymore. I know how trite that sounds, but it's true. I wasn't naive, though. I knew living in some hippie commune or going Amish wouldn't change anything. So I started looking for a career where I felt I might actually have an impact.
Oh yeah, definitely because of people like Amber Heard, you know, any kind of case
well, I wasn't going to
or
sign up with
accusation of abuse is going to be
all PMCs
scrutinized
are bad, you know?
heavily now.
Some of them, sure. They'll
As
do
it
anything
should be,
for a buck, no
to be
questions
honest.
asked. That's why someone has to stand up to them. Protect the innocent from those guys.
Because like, you know,
that's us in a
one
nutshell.
person making up that
So you
shit
did your
is too many
homework and
people.
found Maverick.
Honestly, it
And
was
ever
more
since
dumb
one
luck
person
than
made it
anything
up,
else.
now everyone has
I
to
had
be
a friend who knew I was interested in this
scrutinized,
kind
but
of work
it has
who
to
was
be
also
done.
friends with Kevin.
Can't just
They
auto-believe
introduced
people.
us, we set up a meeting, and here I am.
That's right. I always forget you and Kev went to the same school. Huh. Definitely not your typical path to joining a PMC, that's for sure.
I really am here to fix the world. I know it's a cliche, but there it is.
Well, I for one am glad to hear it.
How many more times we need to talk to her?
So how's it been since you joined Maverick, Courtney? About what you expected?
Not even close. I had no idea what I was signing up for. You deal in a lot of expensive weapons and equipment that can save people's lives. But at the same time, you can't just ignore the bottom line. You catch yourself measuring lives in dollars and cents.
Yeah. The business side can get pretty messy.
Yeah.
Messy is right. But I won't just ignore it. I can't make informed decisions without confronting the ugly realities.
Not an easy burden to bear, Courtney.
Well, if it ever gets to be too much, I'll reconsider. But for now, I'm fine. I can handle it.
I hope you can, bitch.
What's up?
Is that it? Keep our guard up?
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Okay, you're finally done. Wow.
Raiden, are you fully versed in the features of your AR display? It can serve many functions, you know.
Do I hear un lecture coming on?
A lecture? No, of course not. I'm hardly an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers as well. Of course, with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly
people are
to
just
the
weird
optic
like
nerve.
that.
No lecture, huh?
I mean, Wikipedia
Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality
depends on
than
what's
just
there.
upgraded HMD
What
tech.
they actually fucking
Of course
link
there
to.
is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Oh, you weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them. Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing that does not exist.
Beats lugging around a sat
God
radio
damn.
and giant scope, that's for sure.
That's fucking crazy.
There is another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality and that experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear. Poof! And in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Ah, such things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, it is, I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar. Both are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved. Yes, of course, that would be the distinction and the correct term.
Mixed
In any
reality.
case,
Okay.
the advance of MR technology leads to many interesting philosophical questions. What happens when appearances cease to have meaning? It is no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than
Or
it
the
solves
opposite.
to me.
Or you could, you could put. I mean, hell, Black Mirror did that episode. You could make anyone. You make enemy combatants look like complete monsters, and then that way it's like, oh, we're killing monsters, not even human beings. So, you know, it's kind of fucked up, but you know, they could even do that.
Hey, Doc, what can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial muscles? I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs, but...
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon graphite formed like a tube. They range from 50 nanometers in diameter all the way down to under 1 nanometer. 1 nanometer, you recall, is 1/1 billionth of a meter.
God
Quite
damn.
small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape.
Yeah.
These hexagonal structures are connected to each other along their edges.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely. Such structures are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs were discovered by
What?
accident while scientists were researching other fullerenes. CNTs have assorted properties.
That is
each with
such a
potential to
German
drive
word.
vast leaps
What the
in industrial
fuck, bro?
technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. They have great mechanical strength and can be shaped into incredibly thin form factors, all of which can directly contribute to improving integrated circuits. Furthermore, the atomic links in sp2 carbon are the strongest of all types of atoms. Its tensile strength is greater than even diamond, All that, and its weight is only half that of aluminum. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical.
Amber don't have shit to worry about. Amber's been fucking flushed. Nobody cares about her anymore,
You can change their
thankfully.
structures by using the right power voltage. And they can withstand
She's
temperatures
just
between
done.
-190 and +1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts to be stored inside. It's that particular trait which has enabled the development of fuel cell-infused artificial muscles.
Straight out of sci-fi, huh?
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even.
Alright, yeah, thanks for
Scientists are
dropping in
currently
though,
expanding
Johnny.
upon
Even though we
all
are kind of
CNT's
nearing the
uses.
end of the stream.
But it has taken a fair amount of
I do
time
appreciate
since
it. I hope you're
discovery
doing
for
good.
practical implementations to pop up. Historically, mass manufacture was deemed too difficult. The costs astronomical.
Practical manufacturing methods were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, we are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age.
Okay, cool.
Remember now, Raiden, left hands. Recover as many as you can.
I got it, Doc. I got it. I'll bring back all the flash memory you can handle.
Holographic memory. It's very different from standard semiconductor memory, you know.
Yeah. But it's still solid-state storage, right?
Well, yes, but they are perhaps more different than they are similar. Holographic memory utilizes the same optical interference that holograms rely upon.
Right. That image is used to appear 3D.
Traditional media reads and writes bits on a two-dimensional surface in linear fashion.
Yeah.
Holographic memory, however, does this in 3 dimensions, using light at different angles.
And that gives you what?
Speed. It can read over a gigabit of data in a second. And capacity. A 2-inch square cube of lithium niobate crystal can store 4 terabytes of data. It is also highly resilient against data loss caused by damage to any part of its media. This is because the bit information is not localized, but used as an optical diffractor across the medium. For battle data, there is no better type of storage.
Beats having a hard drive clacking away inside your arm anyway.
Indeed. Spinning media. Hard to imagine we ever put up with such nonsense.
Yeah.
So, Doc, what kind of data can you extract from those left hands anyway?
Oh, all manner of information. But the short list? Energy consumption, damage level, intracranial and blood pressure, blood sugar, other vitals, GPS history, speed and acceleration data, radio and optical readings, recorded computations from the internal expert battle support system.
Doc.
Time-stamped readings of distortion and acceleration gauges whenever the body was impacted. Stress is applied to the CNT muscle fibers in all 4 limbs, as well as any localized breakdowns.
All right, Doc.
Power consumption rates, remaining battery charge, type and amount of weaponry used, codec logs and wavelengths, voice transcripts, encryption methods.
Okay, Doc, okay. Sorry I asked.
As a field of technology, cyborg warfare is still in its infancy, you know.
Oh, is he done?
It is my duty as an engineer to collect and analyze as much data as possible for every conceivable situation.
Jesus.
The resulting database will help drive future technology, both modifications and advances.
Makes sense. But why the left hand? Why store it all there?
Yeah, why?
Accessibility. A unit can remove it with its own right hand, or it can be recovered if the unit is damaged. I would advise you not to remove your own holographic storage, however, unless absolutely necessary. To facilitate recording of everything you see, hear, and so on, it is tied directly to your cranial nerves. So, each time the storage is connected or disconnected, your hippocampus is stimulated. This can result in memory loss, flashbacks, and all manner of unpleasant effects.
Yeah, I have some experience with that.
Flashbacks?
It's a little more than unpleasant.
Oh, flashbacks.
Perhaps we could chit-chat later, Raiden. I'd hate to occupy too much of your time.
Okay, well.
Right. Ambulatory unmanned gears detected in sewer network.
What? Desperados already spotted us?
Negative. These UGs are not engaged in proper perimeter security. Even were the lab anticipating our assault, they would not set up patrols down here. It is too far from the lab to be effectively guarded.
Actually, I'd be surprised if it was bad.
Judging by their behavior,
I mean, it might be
I believe they
okay,
are gathering AI behavioral
but still, I don't know if it, I don't know if it would be worth it.
With neuro AI,
But hey, if you want to, do it, and then let me know how good it was or how bad it was.
You cannot simply extract the learning data from one AI.
It seems like it
and
might be
insert
weird.
it into another. In order to prepare a UG's AI
But
for deployment, each must
yes,
learn its
you'll
duties
see, maybe.
on an individual basis.
So they're using a Mexican sewer as their training ground.
Really? Are they?
It would be impractical to implement.
I've never watched any Indian films. Myself, at least personally, I've never
In
watched
most
any,
cases,
so I
AIs
wouldn't
are
know.
fed simulated data
At least
sets
none that were
plus
obviously
feedback
Indian
based on their
films, you know.
chosen actions.
So maybe one day I have to
way,
try them.
They engage in VR training.
Who knows?
So then why are they here?
I believe they are collecting data to improve upon their VR
They might
training
actually be good.
code. To build a better VR regimen, they must go out in the field to experiment and gather data. It is probable they are using the sewers to help improve their AI's behavior in enclosed spaces.
That's the sort of subcontracting work this lab does?
It appears likely.
Oh, great. And here I was hoping the worst we'd have to deal with is toxic waste.
Unfortunately, not.
You know what I would like to see? Like if Bollywood ever did their own version of the Jim Carrey The Grinch movie. Oh my god, I would watch the fuck out of that immediately. I love that shit.
Wolf? You're a one-of-a-kind prototype,
I would
right?
love to see them
Correct.
butcher that movie.
I was originally conceived as a weapon to replace humans and cyborgs. Conversation and intelligent decision-making were deemed essential to the role. The project was eventually cancelled after 3 years in development.
Why?
I have intelligence, but I lack a specific quality essential to any combatant.
What's that?
Brutality. I am not human, thus I lack the brutality inherent to humanity. I was shut down, then revived, apparently on Sundowner's orders.
Sundowner? But what's he want with you?
Unknown. A manifestation of his sense of humor, perhaps. As a machine, I am more sensitive to my fellow man than an actual fellow man. This amused him.
Guy has an odd sense of humor.
Weird.
So, you were under Mistral's command all this time?
I originally took orders from Sundowner, but not for long. As a novelty, I did not last. Mistral saw more potential in me.
What'd she see?
Unknown. However, she apparently enjoys the company of dogs. She demanded 100% obedience. As long as it was given, she treated me well.
She was looking for companionship?
That I cannot say. I still have relatively little communication experience with humans. My ability to read emotions not explicitly expressed by speech is lacking.
They also did a remake of the movie Fear? I've never heard of that movie before. Fear. Never heard of that.
Wolf? You're a one-of-a-kind.
Correct. The
What?
I have
Okay.
What's that?
brute. I would
Son, but what's...
as a
Okay. Okay, cool. That's a save.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down.
Okay. I think that shall be that for the night. Okay. I need to now let me check and see if my save data is still here. Okay. That's it. That says playtime 51 minutes. And does that put me back? What?
I'm just
streaming for nearly 4.5 hours, and I've only played 50 minutes of playtime in the game. All that other time has been codec cutscenes. I think we're in trouble. I think we are in trouble, guys. This is not going to be good. Oh my god. You play the game for 8 hours and it says you only play for 2. Dude. It's weird when they don't include like certain cutscenes and shit in that. That is so weird. Oh my god. Oh, okay. We just exit. Yes, let's exit the game. Okay. Okay. This is going to be fun. So yeah, apparently, for almost 4.5 hours of streaming, we've only done 50 minutes of gameplay. So, Perp, if you're still watching, I'm sorry. That is so much to fucking do. You never forget video games for that. I know, that shit is crazy. And it's so weird they don't actually include all the time you will sit through those audio logs. And they don't count those as actual time played. Not surprised though, but I don't know, it's kind of funny. But okay, so yeah, we've been going for nearly 4 hours and 20 minutes now. So, you know, happy 420. But aside from that, I think, yeah, for tonight, we are fucking done for now. Tomorrow we will be picking up with more Yakuza 4. So, yeah, be happy, be prepared for that. That'll be very fun. I can't wait to watch this stream back a little bit to see how the quality actually is. God, I have a feeling it when I watch it back, I have a feeling it's gonna be like pixelated and blurry and shit. I hope not. But if it is, I really don't give a fuck. I think I got my settings down to a level where everything's gonna look halfway decent. Everything sounds halfway decent, looks halfway decent, plays halfway decent. That's all it's good enough for me. So yes, that'll be it for tonight, everybody. So I want to thank all of you for being here, for watching over 4 fucking hours of cutscenes. Or actually, no, that would be what? That would be oh my god, like 3 some odd hours of cutscenes, basically. That we watched, or two hour something like cutscenes, hardly any gameplay. That's so fucking weird. Anyway, thank you for listening to this podcast of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance Redux. I hope you enjoyed this podcast, and I hope you'll come back for the next episode. So yes, thank you everybody for actually being here and tolerating this bullshit. I really do appreciate it. So until tomorrow, guys, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever the fuck you're gonna have. And until we pick up again with more Yakuza 4, picking up where Kiryu left off somewhere. I don't really remember. I think we're on the final chapter of Kiryu's story there for the 4th part. Well, I'll see. I'll title it, whatever. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight, guys. I do appreciate it. So thank y'all for being here and all that. So yes, until tomorrow when we pick up more Yakuza 4. I hope all of you somehow manage to fuck, I almost fucked that up. Okay, yeah. So yeah, see you tomorrow, guys. I hope all of you manage to stay